The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 92. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 92 on the calendar for the day, the third engrossment, an act relating to employment.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House File 92 is a combination of two bills. It was a minimum wage increase initially. It now contains provisions originally authored by Representative Metsa related to overtime, parental leave, and I think overtime and parental leave, but overtime in a number of industries. Members, it is time for Minnesota to take action on raising the minimum wage. Historically, Minnesota has been a state with high productivity, a highly educated workforce, high rates of labor participation, and high wages that have delivered a high quality of life for millions of our fellow citizens. Unfortunately, today, a majority of Minnesotans in the labor force are earning less than they did a decade ago. They are better educated, they have more training, they have more experience, and they are more productive than before, yet their wages are falling. Minnesota's median income is falling, and the number one contributing factor to the growing inequality in our economy and growing inequality in our society is that wages are stagnating for especially low-wage workers. Today, Minnesota has a minimum wage lower than the federal standard, and even at the federal standard, a two-parent family with two kids working at minimum wage, both parents would have to work 150 hours a week just to meet basic needs: food, clothing, transportation, shelter, health care, child care. 150 hours a week in order to meet basic needs. A raise in the minimum wage will contribute significantly to an increased quality of life, increased consumption, and increased demand for the goods and services that businesses sell. Minimum wage increase would especially benefit women and people in low-wage sectors and with low education levels. A lot of our discussion and debate and our investment in Minnesota is in education, and that's a very good thing. We need to make workers more productive so that they can attract capital to our state and allow businesses to create jobs. But we are doing something else at the same time, and we have been since the late 1960s. We are creating more productivity through higher education for workers, higher levels of training and experience, but the benefits of that increased productivity are not going back to those workers. From the end of World War II until 1968, the minimum wage and median wages rose with increases in productivity. Starting in the late 1960s, that declined. If Minnesota's minimum wage had kept up with productivity growth, with the additional output per input in the state economy, if we had kept up with productivity growth, the minimum wage today would be $21.72. If you simply look at inflation, what we would be at today if we had kept up with the minimum wage since 1968, the minimum wage today would be between $10 and $11, depending on your calculation. The fact is that the minimum wage is at historically low levels. Wage stagnation is driving inequality. We are creating a lot of jobs, but the jobs just aren't very good. If you look at one of the handouts I sent out, it's a fact sheet on Minnesota job openings. 40% of the job openings right now are part-time. The median wage for part-time jobs right now is $9.41 per hour. That's the job openings that are out there. That means that half of all the part-time job openings out there are paying less than $9.40 an hour. We are increasingly becoming a low-wage economy with another layer of people like professionals, lawyers, doctors who do quite well, and those above them who gain the lion's share of the benefit of productivity increases. So members, while we should invest in education to increase productivity and growth, while we should be concerned about job creation and the strength of our state's economy, if we are not providing those benefits back to workers in this economy, we are doing ourselves and our society and those workers a great disservice, and that's why I would urge your support on this bill today. At the high end, for large employers grossing more than $500,000 annually, the minimum wage will increase to $9.50 by 2015. Members, businesses can afford to do this, and I know that there are a lot of concerns about expressed from businesses, and I understand the basis for those concerns. They look at it and they think it's a simple increase in cost. But what is more difficult for businesses to account for and to project and to predict is changes in demand for their goods and services. It's much harder for them to anticipate the benefits of a minimum wage increase because it doesn't fit onto a balance sheet. It doesn't fit into their budget. It flows back in the economy. And there's a little economic principle called the marginal propensity to consume. And what that basically means is that low-wage workers are more likely to spend a small increase in their income more quickly than other workers in the economy because every extra dime that they make goes to paying for the basic necessities of life. So low-wage workers spend an increase in income more quickly than anybody else. That increase gets multiplied throughout the economy. And by putting more money into the pockets of low-wage workers, we're increasing total demand for the goods and services businesses sell. And if you follow that logic, the experience also bears it out. There have been hundreds of studies of the impact on jobs of increasing the minimum wage, and the vast, vast majority of those studies indicates that there is no net decrease in total job creation as a result of raising the minimum wage. It is not enough just to look at the effect on cost of labor for a business. It's also vitally important to understand that more money in low-wage workers' pockets helps business by creating more demand. So members, this is in line with what we have done in the past. And the arguments from industry groups about how this is going to harm their industry have been made time and time again. I've got stacks of them from the 1980s, from the 1990s, and from the early 2000s. It's the same story every time, that this is going to be a job killer, and yet it never turns out to be the case. In fact, you can go back to 1938 when Franklin Roosevelt signed the Fair Labor Standards Act into law. The same arguments were made then, and our experience simply does not bear that out. So members, I would urge you to support this. If we pass this bill, and if the Senate agrees, we will be passing a wage increase over the next 3 years for 350,000 of our fellow citizens. It will be good for those workers, it will be good for our economy, and it's the right step to take after too long without raising the minimum wage.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Poppy moving to amend House File 92. The third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 0555.
And Representative Poppy, you also have an amendment to the amendment. Do you want to add that on? There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. Clerk will report that.
Poppy is moving to amend her amendment to House File 92. The third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A22.
Representative Poppy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The original amendment was drafted using unemployment insurance language, and the amendment to the amendment actually corrects that and uses the rules that are in place for definition of agriculture and ag workers.
Any discussion to the amendment to the amendment? Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say that I appreciate Chair Poppy's amendment, and in the agricultural world it is important that we use the 48 hours. I know many think, well, it's no big deal, but it helps us to extend those days when we need to when the weather is changing, and just helps our keep the stability. Thank you.
On the Poppy amendment to her amendment, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed no. Motion prevails. Representative Poppy to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And as Representative Keel discussed already, that this amendment actually keeps current law. In Minnesota, we have current law that states that at 48 hours there's a threshold for overtime payment for agricultural workers. The federal law has no threshold, so they can be they don't have an overtime limit, and so this gets us to 48 hours, and I think it's a balance that is between the employees and the employers in agriculture, and I want us to continue to keep current law, so I'd appreciate people's support.
There is another amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hanson moving to amend the Poppy amendment to House File 92 as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 069.
Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The 069 amendment is an attempt to kind of resolve some of the issues with the overall POPI amendment. I think we have a lot of folks with a lot of ideas on farming and labor, and we're going to be talking about compensation, we're going to be talking about fair treatment, and we're going to be talking about agriculture. What my amendment does is it keeps the 48-hour for 1 year till next year, but it deletes the underlying component in the POPI amendment so that we will come back next year and have a full discussion about compensation for agricultural employees. I think it is a good middle ground that will allow a full vetting of this issue, where we can bring a variety of folks to the table to look at policy for 2014 and beyond, and I would ask for your support.
Discussion. Representative Mahoney.
Representative Hansen, your amendment calls for the Department of Labor and Industry to do a study. First, that's not their job. They don't do any of that. They have 3 inspectors for labor wages. 3 inspectors for the whole state. And they are charged with taking the 25,000 phone calls, the almost 400 complaints every year. Now, I guess the idea that they get $1 million back from employers that cheat on this particular thing is neither here nor there, but $1 million for a low-wage worker is probably pretty good. The other thing you might want to know is DEED has a labor and standards division, and you might have called them.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Speaking about this amendment, it may be a good amendment. The problem I see that it does is that it shouldn't be here, because this was not discussed in either the Ag Policy Committee or the Ag Finance Committee. This is definitely an Ag Policy item, or something that should have been brought up in the Ag Policy Committee. In this amendment, good or bad, just illustrates that this was added in the Ways and Means Committee, which was not the place to have this amendment put in.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the author of the amendment yield for a question, please?
He will. Representative Hamilton.
Representative Hansen, in the event the study is not completed on time by next year, I think you have a deadline, what would happen? Would the 48 hours stay in place, or would it go to a 40-hour?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hamilton, if this amendment passed and went into law, Dolly would have to report back by January 1st. We would be instructing them to do that. The provision that's also in the same provision here in the amendment would be we would have to make a decision. We would have to make the decision, because I believe as the amendment is written, we revert the section that's in the POPI amendment disappears with the effect of line 1.8. So we would be forced to make a decision. My expectation is that Dolly would make the recommendation, and that would give time for this issue to be discussed in the variety of committees. Agriculture could be one, Representative Mahoney's committee, a variety of committees to be heard.
Representative Hamilton.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Representative Hansen. Like Representative Anderson pointed out, we had concerns early on that since this does affect agriculture, that we should be hearing it in the Agriculture Committee. And Representative Hansen, if you'd yield for another question, please, just for clarification.
He will yield. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On lines 1.8 of the amendment, it talks about this subdivision expiring on February 1st, 2014. does that mean that the study and the decision has to be made, or are we indeed going to have time to hear this in all the necessary committees?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hamilton, my intent was different than what I had hoped to make a change to this, but I got back to the chamber at 6:02 last night. I had hoped it would be July 1, so that it would give us time for the whole session. I admit that it's inarticulately written. I apologize for that. I would hope that if this went on and the Poppy Amendment passed, that Representative Winkler, when it goes to conference, that is what I wanted. Because of we need to have the time. It's my fault. I did not get here until 6:02 back to the chamber last evening to do this.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was wondering if maybe that could be a technical fix, February to turn to July as a technical fix. But I'm seeing people shake their heads no, because that was the intent of the author, potentially.
Representative Hamilton, we can put the question of whether that is a technical change to the House. So the question would be to move it from February to July 1st, and that we just have the body could decide whether they consider that a technical or conforming change.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hansen.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your parliamentary inquiry.
What would be the motion? Would I just move the technical motion and then there would be so I would move to make a technical amendment on line 1.8 to strike February and insert July.
All right. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, I guess my parliamentary inquiry would be whether Representative Hansen can incorporate that, and if no member rises to a point of order, whether or not that's effectively the same as the House accepting that position.
If no one rises to a point of order, I suppose so, yes. So, do you want to modify it?
Mr. Speaker, I would withdraw that motion and ask to incorporate July instead of
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Representative Sanders.
Mr. Speaker, under House Rule 3.34, our new rule states that only the Speaker, either by announcement without objection or by the House majority vote, can change, I guess, and it would be up to the Speaker, a technical amendment. But, Mr. Speaker, I would submit that this is not just a technical amendment, and that this should be done by the House rule, which would be either a majority vote, or that we would need to send this back to rules.
Okay, so we actually haven't had the proposed modification yet. That was just withdrawn, but I'll take it that Representative Hansen is making a proposed modification, and that you've now. Are you rising to a point of order, Representative Sanders?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, under House Rule 3.34, it's my understanding that we either need without objection or by a majority vote of the body. So I would request that we either have a majority vote by the body or that we follow later in the rule where it says we need to send this to rules.
Okay.
Well, I don't think it's on this. I think we're more on E.
Any further discussion to the point of order? Representative Abler.
Well, just a point of parliamentary inquiry. Maybe I was going to ask that before this happened, and maybe I'll just ask my question. So I'm not sure if you're in the middle of ruling or where we're at, but if this is decided to be all right to do, what does this do to the custom and usage in the House of the scope of a modification? Under the past times, this would be called an amendment to an amendment to an amendment, and to be out of order. And so if this is a modification, which is a term we have not really tested and fleshed out in the House, I think at some point we'll need to clarify when a modification ends and when an amendment starts. This is a whole word and changing an entire month and changing the whole meaning of an amendment. And so if that's a modification, then we're making that decision that that's all right to do. The author clearly had an intent to put the word February when he wrote the amendment and then said, oh, it could have had to be 8, I'd rather have another month. So that's different than a technical, like a reference number where you just put the wrong line and page, which, oh, we just copied it wrong. So at some point I'll be asking for advice on what the extent of that ruling is going to be and the impact on future House business.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would withdraw any the modification and would ask support for Amendment 069.
Any further discussion on the Hansen amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the Hansen amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I'd request a division on that vote.
All right. Division's been requested. All in favor of the amendment, please stand up. There's 70 ayes. The motion did prevail. There's another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Driscoll moving to amend the Poppy amendment to House File 92 as follows. The amendment is coded A17.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what the A17 amendment does, as we have just seen in the first two amendments that we had, anytime we start doing any kind of changing in the statute or in the code, we always want to try to preserve or fix something for a particular industry or within an industry. My amendment simply says let's comply with U.S. code as it relates to the calculation, tabulation, and payment of overtime for all industries here in the state of Minnesota. A little bit later on today, whether the amendment is withdrawn or not, we'll have to wait and see. But Representative Atkins has an amendment as well that deals with certain industries in the sectors of the auto industry. Here we are discussing the ag industry. And I would submit to you that for the reasons that the ag industry is looking for those exemptions would be the same reasons that those who support the ag industry, who might not be directly classified as such, would want to have or need those exemptions as well. Instead of picking winners and losers within the industries, let's just simply go ahead and make it one standard for employers to be able to comply with the federal code, so they don't have to keep two separate logs, if you will, of how they're complying with federal and or state. And the other thing that I think is important on here is to apply and allow employers the opportunity to have some flexibility within their work week with their employees. An employee who comes up and says, hey, Madam Employer, is it okay if I take a couple hours off earlier today and work a little bit next week to be able to take my kids or attend my child's events at school or whatever the case may be? And they wouldn't have to burn personal time or maybe even some sick leave if they could work out a trade with their employer. I think that this is a good worker-friendly amendment. And I encourage your support. And, Mr. Speaker, I also ask for a roll call on this.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is to the Poppy amendment, but I would say that I oppose the O'Driscoll amendment. The simplest and easiest thing for all employers to do is to pay overtime after 40 hours instead of figuring out whether a particular employee qualifies as a 40-hour or a 48-hour overtime worker. And members, I think most people rightly believe that a 40-hour work week is full-time, 48 hours is overtime, and they should be compensated for overtime. And we spend a lot of time worrying about industries, but the fact is workers are supposed to get a decent shake around the legislature as well. So I would oppose the O'Driscoll amendment to the amendment.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Winkler, thank you for your comments. I guess I see it differently. We're taking away rights of an employer here and an employee to be able to work out what works best for that employee and some flexibility within their schedule. And I also think that we get into some of the other industries we haven't talked about yet. Here just last week we were debating the Health and Human Services Omnibus bill. And one of the things that we were very concerned about was funding of nursing homes. And we have health care issues. Those employers have the flexibility under federal law to be able to schedule their employers more one week and less another and still be able to provide that employer 80 hours within a pay period or within a pay cycle that federal law would allow. I don't know why we would want to rein in and treat our employees unfairly in the state of Minnesota and take away that right for them to be able to have some flexibility and to partner with their employer. As a matter of fact, this is a very important item that labor unions will oftentimes negotiate these kinds of things, which would be exempt from federal law. If you are in the public safety industry, and we have some of those individuals within this chamber that are there, police, fire, rescue, they work rotating schedules, so they may work 10, 12-hour days at 5 or 6 days in a row and quickly accumulate more than 50 hours. Well, they negotiate that during a pay period, their average hours worked will be 80 hours. Why would we want to take that away from a small employer who wants to be employer-friendly to their employees? Members, I strongly encourage a yes vote if you think that small businesses here in the state of Minnesota and their employees should have the chance to sit down and visit one-on-one with what works best for their needs, both employer and employee, across the desk or across the table.
Representative Poppy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I would respectfully ask that people oppose this amendment. I understand Representative O'Driscoll's perspective on this, but I'm trying to keep the status quo with agriculture, and I would just appreciate being able to do that. Thank you.
Representative Ansell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative O'Driscoll, you brought up the labor movement. And I can tell you a little bit about the labor movement. Since the merger of the AFL and the CIO in 1954, the labor movement has steadfastly stood by the principle: 8 hours of work, 8 hours of rest, 8 hours of sleep, times 5. That equals 40. Not 48. And in fact, The other principle that's at play here is the number 40. Anything above 40 is not really, should not be categorized as overtime. It should be categorized as premium pay for the sacrifice the worker makes to make the employer more profitable and make more money. And the labor movement stands for the principle of 40 is enough. Anything over 40, hire additional workers to provide the labor for your profit.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My reason for offering the labor was not to get into a labor debate with my good friend Representative Anzels. It was simply to talk about how we have a large number of organizations here in the state of Minnesota that are public employees. My brother happens to be a captain in the fire department in Hillsborough County, Hillsborough County, Florida, and he's a firefighter paramedic, and he works 24 on, 48 off. He will be the first to tell you that in that work cycle, he will end up working more than 40 hours in that work week. We have retired members in this chamber who are from public service. Some on our side, some on your side, some who are currently on leave to be able to be in the legislature who are covered by those collective bargaining agreements. And I would also submit that there is no profit being made by the local government to preserve profits by the local governments, as was referred to by employers here. This is allowing people the ability to be able to negotiate their work conditions with their employer, which I know is important to many people in this chamber as well. And I recall my very first year being in this chamber, a bill was carried by a good friend of mine, Representative Lilly, to be able to allow the folks over at Delta Airlines to be able to have the same kind of flexibility. I'm hoping that Representative Lilly will be with us on this one today, since he carried and championed that bill. And you know what that got on this floor, folks? A unanimous or near unanimous vote. That's what I'm hoping for the other workers in the state of Minnesota here today as well. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. We are now on the Poppy amendment. Discussion to the Poppy amendment. Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call on the Poppy amendment.
Representative Garofalo requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Poppy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Again, just a reminder, this is keeping the status quo in Minnesota, and I'd appreciate a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I will be voting red on this amendment. There are 19,000 agricultural workers, 19,000 second-class citizens in this state because of this amendment. I'd like to know why the 2,200 rural corporations get a break and the rest of the state does not. And again, we don't have enough inspectors to monitor these agricultural corporations. And surprisingly, where most of the investigations on pay problems of over 48 hours of overtime issues is in greater Minnesota. A vote for this is a vote against those 19,000 employees. I have more to say, but for my own good, I'll just sit down.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mahoney, did I understand you correctly when you said there are 19,000 second-class farm employees? Is that correct? I guess I'm asking him to respond.
Representative Mahoney will yield. Representative Mahoney.
As a result of this amendment, you bet.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am offended extremely. The people who work for our agricultural businesses, our jobs, whether they put their time into working in the fields or working with animals, are very highly valued. We can't function without them. They're the most important part of our business is to have qualified employees that can handle the computerized tractors that we run, or the highly technical jobs that have to be done to manage the animals. They are not considered second-class citizens by the farmers of this state, and I would speak out for all of them and say this is a very offensive comment. The reason the 48 hours is important to us is because sometimes we spend 12, 19, 24 hours working in a day to beat the rain and then take a few days off. We make sure our workers are qualified but also rested and well equipped to work for us, because they need to be in order to do the job we have asked of them at specific times of the year. It's not all year long. And I just want to say they are very, very important workers to us and are never considered anything but highly qualified employees.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think obviously there is a good debate to be had about the 48-hour overtime requirement for ag workers. I happen to be very sympathetic to Representative Mahoney's point of view that 40 hours of work is 40 hours of work regardless of the industry. However, members, to the point raised by Representative Hamilton and Representative Keel, this provision did not have an opportunity to be heard in the agriculture committees. And the Hansen amendment to the Poppy amendment ensures that we have time for further deliberation without leaving this issue hanging out forever. So, members, I think while I agree that 40 hours should be the rule, this amendment allows us to do it right.
Representative Mahoney.
To the members, when you vote for this, when you put those 19,000 employees into a second-class citizenship, employee relationship, I'll tell you what, as a pipe fitter, there are 3 months, twice a year, that I have to work 14 hours, 16 hours, sometimes 18 to 20 hours a day to either get a power plant back up, to get an oil refinery back online, for many, many reasons. And you know what? My employer pays me after 40. So, I believe I'm a highly trained, highly valued employee, and I'm paid premium time after 40. So I don't care how you feel, but I do know that when you vote for this, you're putting 19,000 employees to the back. You're giving an advantage that's not necessary to over almost 2,300 employees, large corporations in greater Minnesota. The average employee corporation, the average corporation of these farms is between 7.5 and 11.5 employees. No employer in the urban area, in any urban area in the state, would be able to go to their employees and say, geez, you shouldn't get paid overtime till after 48.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. In the years I've been here, I think this one piece here shows an example of how we have a failure to communicate here. Like Cool Hand Luke would say that things are different in rural Minnesota. Representative Anzel's talked about 8 times 5 is 40. I get that. On our farm in spring and fall, 16 times 3 is 48. That's Wednesday evening. We put in long days, and then as Representative Keel mentioned, it may rain. We're off for a few days. That's the system we have. That's the system we've all grown accustomed to, and it works out there. We have to be competitive. Our neighboring states don't have these overtime regulations, and we have to be competitive with our neighboring states. And Representative Mahoney talked about giving the whole state a break. We tried to do that with the amendment that we had, Representative O'Driscoll, and it was voted down. We want our system that works. It's fair for our workers and businesses. There was an amendment here, it wasn't offered yet anyway, that talked about this applying to farms with a $500,000 gross. That's a small farm today. It doesn't take much to gross that much. It's extremely expensive to put a crop in, take it out. So we're getting down in some of these things to rather small operations. But again, I appreciate the amendment to exempt ag from the overtime exemption. We need to be competitive, and I support the Poppy amendment.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To your comment, I farm. I'm a fairly average farmer in my district, but in order to get employees to work on the farm, I don't know of anybody who could pay $7. So I'm not sure where you got your numbers. I didn't look at the average. I should have. But I don't believe anybody gets paid those hourly wages. And besides that, members, when, at least in my district, when a majority of work is done, I know that those people are well compensated. So well that they're willing to take vacation time. They like doing it. It's amazing the people that come out and work for us that say this is fun for them. It's a vacation when they come out and help us out with the harvest. Now, granted, it's a spot. It's a 2-week job. But even those employees who work for my neighbor farmers, my son and my husband and I farm, we just have temporary employees. But for those who work for my neighbor farms, I know they're not being paid $7. I know they're not even being paid $10 an hour. And I know they're compensated when the season is longer or the days are longer. If they have short days, it's regular pay. As Representative Driscoll pointed out earlier, it just gives the farm and those kinds of jobs a flexibility to pay their employees. And like I said before, they are very valued. And I want to state also that I very much appreciate, again, Representative Poppy's amendment, and I would ask you to support it.
Representative Mahoney.
Well, Representative Keel, it's 7.5 employees, not dollars per hour. And crop production, it's 7.5. Animal production, it's 11.5. And all other agricultural workers or agricultural corporations, it's 5 employees.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Poppy, Chair Poppy, for bringing this amendment forward. I appreciate that. Thank you, Representative Winkler, for recognizing that we should be bringing this through the Ag Committee as well so that we can discuss it. I think my rural colleagues on this side and on that side, I think we all agree that we have a lot to do to help educate our other colleagues on the line of work that we do. I'm an employee, Representative Mahoney. I do not consider myself a second-class citizen. This is an honorable profession, one that I chose, and one that I'll continue to choose. I just ask for your support. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk We'll close the roll. Being 99 ayes and 30 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend House File 92, the third engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 66.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. As some of you know who've dealt with the auto dealer industry, and I've got a number of them in my district, I'm certain some of you do as well, there's some unique conditions that apply to auto dealers. That's why they're treated a little bit differently in federal law, and they have a separate section here in Minnesota state law. The result, and I'm sure that this wasn't Representative Winkler's intent, but the result, net result of the change here is that as a result of, and I'm just talking about the overtime piece, by the way, I'm not talking about the minimum wage. Auto dealers pay folks pretty good wages. There's, $30, $40 an hour wages that we're talking about, but relative to the overtime, the issue that arises is that this would prompt auto dealers to go back to more commission-based sales and more incentive-based mechanic efforts, and they'd rather not do that. Frankly, most of the auto dealers prefer straight wage and just paying people and not doing it on commission-based. And I don't think that this was Representative Winkler's intent in his bill to push auto dealers back towards doing commissions for their salespeople and doing incentive-based payments for their mechanics. So that's all this amendment does, Mr. Speaker and members, is simply move in the direction that the auto dealers continue to want to go, which is away from the commission-based sales and incentive-based mechanics. And with that, I'd appreciate a support in favor.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I like the Poppy amendment. I think 40 hours of work should be 40 hours of pay, and if you work more, you get overtime. But members, if I would not consider this amendment to be a poison pill to the bill, and if you want to vote with your favorite auto dealer, I'm not going to object to it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion. Oh, Representative Garofalo, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Winkler yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, we now have 2 exceptions to your bill from the one-size-fits-all approach, and I'm wondering how many more attempts we're going to see from the DFL minority to fix your broken bill.
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Garofalo, I'll take that as a rhetorical question.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, what I'm wondering is that we're seeing the consequences of a one-size-fits-all approach. Right here on the House floor, where people based off of personal experience are explaining, we understand, Representative Winkler, you have the best of intentions, but your one-size-fits-all approach isn't. Wondering if Representative Winkler would yield to a question here.
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Representative Winkler, I'm wondering, are you concerned about the consequences of what other one-offs or exceptions you have not considered in this bill, or perhaps members of this body have not offered? Is that a concern to you right now or not?
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, as I've stated multiple times already, I support 40 hours being an overtime standard for all workers. If members feel compelled to exempt auto dealers and the ag industry for a certain period of time in order to look at the issue more closely, I can understand that they would want to do that. I personally think that 40 hours is 40 hours, and after that you get paid overtime, period. So it's not an unintended consequence. It's an intended consequence. It's just one that some people happen to disagree with.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, to be clear, I support the Atkins amendment. I'll be voting green on it today, or I'll be voting yes in favor of it. But just to be clear, members, we had an opportunity to correct the Winkler bill to make sure we're treating employers fairly, that we have this flexibility, and this body refused, the DFL majority refused to do that.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Falk moving to amend House File 92, the third engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 67.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment does is it allows employers to hire teenagers aged 15 and 16 and pay them the training wage, which is outlined in the bill, until they turn 17. The reason that I think this is important, in the past I've hired 15 and 16-year-olds, which oftentimes cannot do everything that are needed to be done. And so because of that, we have to have other people around, and so it actually adds an expense. It also gives the teenagers an opportunity to get that first job that they may not have otherwise. When we raised the minimum wage last time, I had a grocery store owner contact me and say he tries to hire as many teenagers as he can, but if they cost the same as somebody in their 20s, they're more likely to hire somebody in their 20s. And so this, I think, gives the teenagers an opportunity to get more those jobs that they want to have while they're in high school, to start out and oftentimes their first job. And it also allows the business to accommodate that when they can't all the time do some of the things that are required. So it's a very simple bill, and I hope you'll all vote green. Thank you.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the A60 or the 067 amendment was not heard in any of the committees that dealt with the minimum wage issue. The current state of the bill for the training wage is to leave the current law in place as is, except that we raise the dollar amount for the training wage. I personally don't really care for a training wage either. I think a minimum wage should be a minimum wage regardless of who you hire. But we do have a training wage for the first 90 days of employment. That is the system I prefer. Representative Faust has brought this amendment. We talked ahead of time. I understand that there's a valid, potentially valid concern for it. So, members, I'm going to vote no. But again, I would ask you, or I would suggest that you vote your own conscience on this.
Representative Garofalo.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And second verse, same as the first. Once again here we see members trying to come in and fix a broken bill by tweaking and carving out a little niche or a little specific here while ignoring the underlying premise of the bill. And the problem is we're trying to correct little instances for little industries when the reality is this is a colossal unfunded mandate on the small businesses of Minnesota. What the DFL majority refuses to understand is that money does not grow on trees. This money doesn't come out of anywhere. Someone has to pay the bill. And now with individual opinions and individual legislators on the DFL side are trying to provide exceptions to these costs and exceptions from these burdens to help individual groups to pick specific winners and losers. Mr. Speaker and members, I'm not really sure how many more of these we're going to be seeing, but it is further evidence that the fundamental premise of this bill is flawed and broken.
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, there is one sector of the economy, primarily in northeastern Minnesota, where money does grow on trees. It's called logging.
That's your crossing off, right? That's not the revised.
Representative Garofalo.
I'm hearing the words "use discretion" coming out of my right ear here. No, Mr. Speaker and members, my understanding of federal law, Representative Faust, is that federal law restricts the payment of a training wage to the first 90 days of employment for a person who's 20 years and older. So I'm not even sure if you're in compliance with federal law with the way your bill is written. But again, the fundamental premise of this bill is that some members of the DFL seem to be recognizing that there's problems with this bill, that there's going to be some huge costs and unattended side effects. And they're trying to pick out just little niches here to fix with the premise that the bill is broken. And so we've had 3 amendments now, Representative Poppy, Representative Faust, and the previous one by and Representative Atkins acknowledging that the bill is broken. And I'm just we'll see how much longer this goes on or how the conference committee process plays out.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Rosenthal moving to amend House File 92, the third engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 0566.
Representative Rosenthal, to your amendment. I see there is an amendment to the amendment. Would you like to take that up?
Mr. Speaker, that would be great.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report that amendment.
Rosenthal moving to amend his amendment to House File 92 as follows. The amendment is coded 068.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is an attempt to control businesses' costs going forward. What it does is it caps at 2.5% the amount that you can have an increase in a year or whichever is lower, 2.5% or CPI. And the 2.5 is an average taken over the last 20 years.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Would the author of the amendment to the amendment yield to a question?
He will. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the author of the amendment, you've outlined some concerns about the cost of this bill to business. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garofalo, it's just an attempt to have clear vision going forward so our businesses can plan.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the amendment to the amendment yield for a question?
He will. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. To the author, you have outlined your concerns about certainty for businesses. If we do not adopt this amendment, these automatic inflationary increases, can you explain to the body what the potential downside to the job providers and small businesses of Minnesota may be, in your expert opinion?
Representative Rosenthal.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Garofalo, again, this is just a simple attempt to keep things so businesses can plan going forward.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the amendment to the amendment yield for a question?
He will. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. I understand you want to provide certainty, but to the author, would you please explain you're trying to provide certainty from what? What is it that will be uncertain if we do not address the problems in the Winkler bill?
Representative Rosenthal.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Garofalo, I've said it 3 times now. This is just an attempt to help our businesses plan into the future.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, I would request a roll call on the amendment to the amendment.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you. The author of the amendment to the amendment has outlined what he says are he wants to provide certainty to businesses. Now, what he's providing is certainty of bad outcomes for the businesses of our community, of our state. I've asked the author on 3 occasions to outline what concerns he would have if we do not have this amendment to the amendment adopted, and I have not understood those. Perhaps the author of the bill, Representative Winkler, will yield for a question.
He will. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, what are the bad things that Representative Rosenthal is trying to protect Minnesota from that's in your bill?
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill contains an automatic increase in the minimum wage starting in 2015 based on inflation. And if you study the history of the minimum wage, you will see that the wage gets set at a certain level, and for a period of 5 to 10 years, nothing is done, and then suddenly the political winds shift, and the minimum wage takes a sudden increase again, only to level off for another 5 to 10 years. For example, I would point out that the last time the minimum wage was increased nationally, George W. Bush was the president, and so I suppose businesses might have thought that when George W. Bush was president, he wouldn't sign a minimum wage increase, but he did, so there was a little confusion. In Minnesota, the last time a minimum wage increase was passed, Tim Pawlenty was governor, and he signed that into law. And I suppose businesses thought, well, maybe the minimum wage won't go up during the time that Governor Pawlenty's in office, but it turns out they did. Likewise, the time before that, I believe it was Governor Carlson who signed a minimum wage increase, and I'm sure businesses probably thought that that governor wouldn't sign it. The point is, under the current system that we have, without an inflationary adjustment to the minimum wage, businesses only know that the decision about the minimum wage is going to fall entirely on a question of politics at the state government, at the state legislature, or in Congress. And so, members, by providing an inflationary increase, we are providing a steady, predictable increase over time so that businesses can plan for that without waiting for their political betters on both sides of the aisle to tell them what the minimum wage is going to be. Now, obviously, I said that tongue-in-cheek. Because we're certainly no better than the average business owner in the state, in this body. So the point is, members, you provide some simple upward adjustment. I support the Rosenthal amendment and the amendment to the amendment at 2.5%. I think a reasonable cap on that increase is fair. It comports with the last 20-year average of inflation, and so I think it makes good sense to adopt the Rosenthal amendment, and I'm not sure, Representative Garofalo, what your particular concern about that is. I would think the greater the certainty for the businesses that you purport to stand up for would be better.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, thank you. Thank you for pointing out that this is the basis for the bill going forward. You used the word political. I appreciate you referencing that as the source of inspiration for this bill. But the reality is, Representative Winkler, you are asking members to choose between cutting off their hand and cutting off their arm. Which sort of higher cost structure would we like for the small businesses in Minnesota? How much more of an unfunded mandate and burden would you like to place on those providers? How many more jobs do we want to jeopardize in the state of Minnesota? Just a little bit or a lot? And the reality is the amendment to the amendment, Mr. Speaker, is actually increasing this amount. So even if you agree to a cap, the original substantive amendment behind it is 2%, so you're increasing costs. So Representative Winkler, I'm glad that yet another DFL member has noticed yet another flaw in your bill and is pointing out the destructive nature of this bill, but I'll be voting no on this measure.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think the issue here is we're trying to build a sandcastle against a tsunami. When we're talking about this amendment here, when we're talking about inflation, we're talking about money creation. Government creates money. Money causes prices to go up uncontrollably. We're trying to dictate federal monetary policy with local minimum wage policy here in the state of Minnesota. We've got local families that are on fixed incomes. We've got folks making minimum wage when prices are going up, whether that be fuel, food, or the things that make energy, that make our daily lives go. And I think we're trying to fix a problem that is a fundamental, a chink in the armor when it comes to our economy, when it comes to what's going on at the Fed, when it comes to money creation. And, you know, I don't think this will solve an issue, but I think that point needs to be brought up, that we are living on borrowed time with our currency, ladies and gentlemen, and that, you know, fundamentally we need to take pause and use caution moving forward. Thank you.
Representative Garofalo.
Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw the roll call.
Roll call being withdrawn. We are on the amendment to the author's amendment to his amendment. All in favor of that amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed no. No. The amendment prevails. Representative Rosenthal. There is another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schumacher moving to amend the Rosenthal amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A27.
Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A27 amendment changes the uniform purchasing and cleaning deduction for employees. That's currently set at $50 and moves that up to $150. The $50 amount was set in 1985, and with inflation, that number today would be over $100 to make that equal. I went with a $150 amount to get back the inflationary amount and to allow for a little more inflation to come in before this number would have to be debated again. I know that this was debated in 2009 in this subdivision, and it was looked at as a proposal to change the cap from $50 to 50%. That didn't go through the process in the end and was only a change, from my understanding, just to auto dealers at that time. So this would affect the other industries that use uniforms for their employees, and I would ask for your support.
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, members, I generally don't think employers should be charging employees for the uniforms that they have to wear for their work, and certainly don't think that number should go up. I understand that it hasn't gone up for a long time, and there may have been a sound public policy reason for doing so at some point. So if members feel particularly compelled to take another $100 out of workers' pockets, that's fine. I personally won't support it, however.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Rosenthal, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I just appreciate a yes vote on this amendment.
Further discussion to the Rosenthal amendment. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The amendment motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Barely, I guess. All right. To the next amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Alverson moving to amend House File 92, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 0573.
Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring this amendment forward in the spirit of support for the bill and the spirit of support for raising the wages of our lowest wage workers. This amendment attempts to recognize the fact that our low-wage workers in health and human services, specifically people who are serving our nursing home clients, people who are working in home health care situations, rely on us for reimbursement of their wages, and it asks that we recognize this when we're setting our budget bills. In the past, we've seen cuts to these workers, and we were able to provide an increase this legislative session, but I think with an eye to the future, it's important for us to recognize the hard work that these folks do and ensure that we are setting our budgets appropriately.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Would the author of the amendment yield for some questions?
She will, yes.
Oh, thank
Representative
you.
Abler.
Well, and Representative Halverson, I've enjoyed serving with you on the committee, and I'm happy that you're interested in the service needs, the needs of our direct service workers, and it's with a good spirit this comes forward. I just have some questions. Do you know what this might cost?
Representative Halverson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Abler, I have not seen any kind of fiscal note come forward on this. The intent is to I work with the author and conference committee and make sure that there's not a fiscal note attached to this for the biennium. Our budget's already been set.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Speaker. Well, just so you know, if it doesn't cost anything, it doesn't do anything. And if it does anything, it's going to cost something. And so do you know how the statewide, I'm not trying to embarrass you, but this is your amendment. So I think it's going to cost a lot of money to somebody if it does anything. Maybe the author of the bill would have an idea what he was going to take this into conference with. Would Representative Winkler yield for a question?
He will. Representative Abler.
Thanks, Representative Winkler. Do you have a kind of a statewide chart about how this is going to affect, as your bill implements based upon the status of the bill now and the carve-outs you picked, who would benefit by this, and what counties would be paying more or less if they have some minimum wage workers and their current wages compared to what that's going to increase under the bill?
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Abler, I interpret this amendment as basically being a statement of intent, that the legislature recognizes that we are responsible ultimately for a good part of the home health care and the nursing home worker as well as child care worker part of the economy, and that the reimbursement rates that we set for work, for their work has a significant impact on wages. However, you might be interested in learning that according to DEED, the bottom 10th percentile of nursing aides, orderlies, and attendants, people who provide basic patient care on direction of nursing staff, the bottom 10th percentile of wages in that category is $10.07 per hour. So obviously there are a certain number of people underneath that $10.07, but that's the bottom 10th percentile. So we do have to recognize that we have an obligation to fund the services that we think are important, and I certainly, as a DFLer, have appreciated a newfound Republican desire to spend more money in the Health and Human Services budget. That's been refreshing to see. I hope it is maintained into the future. But I'm not sure that the impact of this amendment will be significant beyond saying that we have a policy intention to make sure that workers and their costs are factored into the reimbursement rates.
Representative Abler.
Well, I just hope members actually read the amendment, because it doesn't say intent. It says must be reflected in statewide reimbursement rates. And I don't know what those rates are statewide, just so you know. It doesn't say we would surely like to pay them more, because actually we're all for that. And it says that it's including those provided direct service staff. That would include nursing home workers, child care, et cetera. But I think the way that we show this is in our budgeting. And I think that at last count, your budget had an increase of $2.985 billion. And the amount of money you invested further than the base was minus $150 million. And so I appreciate the fact you're trying to give your good intent, but sometimes you share your good intent with money. And you have a tax-induced surplus. And so with that, you chose not to invest any more money in this area, just to point that out to you. And it's of some considerable concern to some of the people in the hallway. And so I didn't start this. I didn't bring the amendment forward to say we want to pay more money to these people, and maybe they're all paid above this number anyway. So it is purely thematic. But I think there's a way to do business in the human service arena. As Representative Huntley is going to come up there and say something. But my view is to spend the money carefully. Just so you understand, in the human service budget, in the upcoming biennium, with the House budget, you're spending $3 billion more of all funds. $3 billion. That's a considerable amount of money. And I hope in there, when you finish the budget, there's enough room to create a real COLA for these individuals and have an amendment that more than a piece of paper saying we like them. And I respect the intent of the author, and I know her intent is wonderful. And I agree with it. I think all of us wish we could find more ways to pay these individuals more. Unfortunately, it is very expensive, but there's real challenges in this industry. And just as you look at the different burdens put upon them by various aspects of federal and state government, including the unintended consequence or intended consequence of the ACA, Obamacare, where they have to pay $2,000 per person for uninsured staff person, which is maybe $500 million or $100 million, $50 or $100 million a year. That's a lot. They're challenged by some increases in their licensure fees that are coming up, made necessary by the federal people who want to have more oversight over a pretty good run Minnesota system. So I just hope people don't realize that only one side cares about the disabled. We both do. And this amendment, maybe while well intended, is a wonderful intent. So I think I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, this could be a minor problem for Health and Human Services in the future, not right now. But there are a number of nursing homes that pay their starting employees a little over $9 an hour. So right now it's above the minimum wage, but in 3 years it wouldn't be. And if you want to have your parents taken care of by people that know who they are and are good employees, then we're going to have to pay for it. And I want our seniors and our people with disabilities to be taken care of by workers who are dedicated to their job, and that means we have to pay for it.
Representative Scott. Okay. Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your comments and for your support, Representative Abler. I did this work many years ago, more years ago than I probably would like to admit, and when I was working my first job in high school as a nursing assistant, I was making a wage that's not that much lower than what folks are making now. It's kind of shocking, and we know that that's because of the cuts that we've had to make to human services over the years, or that have been made to human services over the years. And I think that we need to look with an eye to the future as our population ages to make sure that we have an intent as a legislature to continue to support these long-term care facilities so that they can attract and retain employees that are doing the most critical work in our state when it comes to caring for the most vulnerable. So I ask for your support for this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was wondering if Representative Carlson would yield to a question.
She will. Representative who? I'm sorry. Representative Carlson. Yes, he will yield. Representative Quam. Sorry, Representative Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Carlson, being someone that strives hard to obey the rules and regulations, and noticing and recalling that in similar situations to amendments previously, you have risen to bring a point of order in regards to 4.03 and the sections, F, G, H, in regards to the impact. I must say I support the intent here. I just want to make sure we're doing it by the rules as enforced by this body, and especially during this session, and consistency. So I would like your opinion on how this amendment fits in with these referenced rules that you've referenced in the past.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, in looking at the amendment and in recalling the Health and Human Services bill that went through, I think for this biennium, we're meeting the requirement of the amendment. The House budget resolution does not directly address tails. If it did, there clearly might be a tail here in the future, but that wouldn't fall under, as I would interpret it here today, 4.03, because we're, I think, meeting that standard with the increases that are in the current Health and Human Services bill.
Representative Kwong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad for that clarification, so I'll know in the future, as long as an amendment only affects tails, that no one will rise to utilize that rule. Thank you.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kwame, you realize what I realize. There are no tails targets. The Ways and Means can establish a target for whatever it likes, and it just chose not to establish targets for tails. We discovered on the floor that we spent freely in the tails, which, by the way, the current bill that we sent off the floor has over $1 billion in tails for the Health and Human Services niche. Just to make it clear about, I don't want to get in a bidding war about who loves the disabled more, because that's not helpful to the disabled side and to the nursing homes. I just want to remind people that last year, or 2 years ago, when I had the privilege and angstful task of being the chairman, we faced a $6 billion deficit. To address that deficit, Governor Dayton raised taxes about $4 billion in his first proposal. And his Health and Human Services spending targets were minus 4.5% for every living, breathing part of the human service budget for home and community-based waivers, nursing homes, and all the people we just loved in this amendment here. And so at the end of the day, when we solved the deficit that we did, in our bill, we had minus 1.5 for the service workers, minus 1% for the DT&Hs, and minus 0% for nursing homes. And so just to tell you that please don't use the word cuts in my budget in 2011 like it's something that we did with any joy. We did some reductions less than the governor. We raised taxes $4 billion less than he did, and we can discuss shifts of money and tobacco bonds and all that. But we bought some time. By the way, it worked. But we, as a body, we decided that these people are important to us. And so that's why I'm telling people all to vote yes for the Halverson Amendment, because we love them too. And I just refuse to let this group be a pawn. And I think that my leadership has been to say we all care. Let's do the best we can. You haven't heard many speeches from me about the harm any budget has done from your side of the aisle about long-term care. So it's a real problem, though, Mr. Speaker. And we do need to keep quality workers in the field. And I think if it's a statement of the House that we support that, I think we should all vote green. So thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lewin moving to amend House File 92, the third engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded DE3.
Representative Lewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my amendment, delete all amendment, would make some changes to Representative Winkler's proposal and really provide federal conformity to the federal minimum wage. And when Representative Winkler was presenting his bill before Ways and Means Committee, which I'm privileged to serve on this year, he mentioned this concept a number of times with regards to what he was trying to achieve. And right now there are 22 states, a majority of the states in the U.S. that do set the federal minimum wage as their state's minimum wage. So my amendment would achieve this federal conformity by setting the minimum wage at $7.25, which it currently is in Minnesota for our larger employers. It would maintain the $5.25 rate, which was established for small employers, and also the training wage for the 90 days for persons under 20 years of age. The other provision in the bill that Representative Winkler proposed, which was with regards to parental leave, I am accepting and keeping. So it would take the current Minnesota parental leave of 6 weeks and takes that up to 12, which is conformity with the federal standard for the parental leave law, which is 12 weeks of unpaid leave. Again, I think that's a good change, something that's good for families, so I maintain that within this amendment. And I think this is an important change, members. You know, Representative Winkler mentioned in one of his previous statements or back and forth with Representative Garofalo that the last time the federal minimum wage was changed was back when President Bush was in the White House. Well, but what he didn't say is when that legislation was enacted, there were several increases put in place for the minimum wage, and the last one that took effect was July of 2009. That was the last time the last installment of that legislation took effect. So right as our economy was going into the tank or tanking in one of the deepest recessions this country has had, we had the last installment in an increase in the minimum wage. And we've been discussing on this floor how difficult it can be for businesses to comply with this and how it may impact employment opportunities for people who need it most. You know, take a look at the Department of Labor publications, statistics put out about this. You know, people making the minimum wage are largely young, largely unskilled, a lot of them with high school diplomas or educations or less than that. Whenever you raise the minimum wage a significant amount, you do provide for less opportunities for some of those folks to get jobs that need it the most. We're getting close to summer employment season. As a mother of teenagers, I want them to be able to find jobs. But they don't come with a lot of skills to bring to the workforce. We're hoping that they'll find somebody an employer who's willing to give them a chance to learn some job skills, to learn some responsibility of what it means to show up on time and, you know, in most cases it's some kind of customer service and do a good job and take on that kind of responsibility and gain some of those skills. We put at risk a lot of those kids who are going to need those first opportunities. And raising the minimum wage to $9.50, as Representative Winkler's original bill proposes, really puts us out of step with a lot of other states, particularly the states around us. There's only one other state, Washington State, that has a minimum wage that is as high as we are proposing to do. And their wage is $9.19. Again, 22 other states set their minimum at the federal standard with federal conformity. Iowa, Wisconsin, the Dakotas are all do federal conformity at the current rate of $7.25. Again, I'm just proposing that we do the same thing. We've heard lots of testimony from small business owners, grocers, family-owned businesses, restaurants who are very worried about this and the limited range of options they'll have. Raising their prices, laying people off. You know, there isn't a lot of room for them to make accommodations here. Again, I mentioned less than 4 years ago, the last installment in the federal minimum wage took place. We've had a significant economic blow to our state, to our country that we are starting to recover from. Adding to this burden by going all the way to $9.50 is a significant problem. So, members, I would ask that you seriously consider this. This is a step forward from where Minnesota is right now at $6.15. It goes to federal conformity. It does provide additional unpaid parental leave. So there are some good things that you can point to in this proposal, and I hope you will give it a green vote.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I oppose the Loon Amendment for a number of reasons. First of all, the idea behind increasing the minimum wage is to actually raise wages for minimum wage workers and those who are making between the current minimum wage and the $9.50 proposed. If we adopt the Loon Amendment, we are essentially recodifying the status quo at the state level by putting it at the federal level. So we're not really accomplishing very much by doing so. And members, Minnesota is a higher wage state. It has been that way for a long time. And I've still never quite understood the argument that if somehow more workers make less money, we're all going to do better. That just doesn't make any sense. The more people who are making more money, the better. And the economic benefits of raising the minimum wage are significant. The few ways that employers adopt these changes include dealing with a significant reduction in turnover. When employees are paid more, they stay, and they have more employee satisfaction, they stay employed. Reduction in turnover actually is a significant business benefit. So there are lots of arguments about why this is bad for business, but the evidence doesn't bear it out. And so, members, I would ask you to vote no. This is really reducing the bill to sort of doing essentially nothing. And it would provide some federal conformity, but that wouldn't really accomplish very much.
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I was actually somewhat interested in this amendment and was looking at it, and then I heard the author of the amendment attempt to link the last raise in the minimum wage with the recession and the last raise in the minimum wage to rising unemployment. And I don't think there's any factual evidence at all that can prove a linkage between those two. So for that reason, I urge everybody to vote no on this amendment.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, to Representative Anzel's comments, please don't misunderstand what I was communicating. I wasn't tying the increase in the minimum wage to any cause of the recession, but what I was pointing out to members, it just happened to coincide that the last increase in the federal minimum wage occurred during a very difficult economic time. Again, right at the crux of one of the worst recessions our nation has experienced. So while the economy was going downward, businesses were, again, because of the change that had been put into law, were required to raise their wages if they're subject to the federal minimum wage, which most are. And that has been less than 4 years ago. That was in July of 2009. And, you know, it wasn't the cause. The cause was not the minimum wage being increased. But I think we do need to understand, and people have been raising concerns, businesses have been raising concerns about, you know, how much they can accommodate and how quickly they can recover and what they're able to do. To Representative Winkler's point about turnover, well, absolutely. Turnover is an important issue, but for an employer, if you felt or were able to provide additional wages to reduce turnover in your business, we don't need a state law to make that happen. A smart business owner is going to take that step to reduce turnover to keep their good employees on staff. That is just a function of being a good business owner and good economics. So, you know, I don't think we need to have a state law that instructs competent business people on how to run their businesses that way. I'm just pointing out the fact that there's a lot of things that have been coming at business the past few years. Their wages that they were required to pay for entry-level workers was raised less than 4 years ago. This puts us at the same status as 22 other states. Our current state minimum wage is lower. It's at $6.15. This raises it to $7.25. That is an increase. It provides additional parental leave for new parents of 6 weeks, 6 additional weeks, conformity with the federal law from the state standard of 6 weeks to 12 weeks. This is a good thing, members. Dare I say it, it's a compromise between what Representative Winkler has proposed. Please give this some thought. Oh, and Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Doubt. No. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, members, I just would remind everyone to please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kiefer and others moving to amend House File 92, the third engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 0572.
Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you to the other representatives that signed on to my amendment. This has got good bipartisan support. Thank you, Reps. Rosenthal, Lean, Gunther, and Hackbart. This is already a pretty diverse group of supporters. I'm compelled to bring this to the floor, especially after hearing the debate so far. I'm really glad I did this. I know that this could be a political quagmire, but I also think it's the right thing to do. I didn't come to St. Paul to play the gotcha games. I want you to seriously consider supporting this amendment. I have worked with Rep. Winkler on House File 92. I've been in 3 of the 4 committees that I serve on. I've heard this bill. I continually have voiced my concerns over the bill. And a consistent theme that we heard through all of the committees is the need for this type of reform in the bill. I'm hearing the same things, and I bet you are too, from restaurant owners, maybe servers that you know on a friendly basis, and from the plethora of emails and phone calls that we're getting. And the concern is that House File 92 does not address how to account for employees who receive gratuity in addition to their minimum wage base. Without the ability to scale back the base pay regardless of gratuity income, we have unintended negative consequences. We've heard this over and over in committee. It's going to increase cost to customers and consumers. It's potentially going to have job loss because restaurants may have to reduce the serving staff. And worst of all, I don't want to see businesses close up in Minnesota. I think we all agree that we want more jobs here, not less. Chair Winkler, during the Joint Labor and Jobs Committee, I asked you point blank, would you consider this important issue? And you did say yes. And yet I don't see it in the bill. So I would like to just explain very briefly what the amendment does. It offers a different but fair minimum wage for employees who receive additional gratuity income on a regular basis. It still guarantees a $12 minimum pay per hour, and moreover, it makes us and keeps us competitive with bordering states in the same business sector. Let's send a strong message to our friends on Main Street that we value them, we value their jobs. We don't want any unintended consequences. I'd ask for your support on this. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would ask for a no vote. Representative Kiefer, I did indicate a willingness to consider this. I would note, first of all, that this bill did go through a number of committees, and this, unlike the federal conformity provisions related to a 40-hour work week, this did have multiple committee stops, and at no point in that process was an amendment related to a tip penalty or tip credit offered, including this tiered tip amendment. And members, there are a couple of concerns about this. First of all, we are passing, and we have in law, a minimum wage that applies to all employers. And essentially what the restaurant industry wants is to create an exception for their industry for the minimum wage and a special exception for one category of their employees, tipped employees. So they want an exception to a minimum wage standard that applies to everyone for themselves and one particular category of employees. I think that is inconsistent with the whole concept behind passing a minimum wage in the first place and having one on the books. Second of all, the amendment and the way that it's put together, it requires that for each pay period, an hourly calculation for each employee has to be made to determine whether or not they made at least $12 per hour. If they do, the payroll goes forward. If they don't make $12 an hour, then they're subject to a higher minimum wage. And not having had an opportunity to hear more about that in a committee, we don't know very much about how this might affect small restaurants. Finally, members, this type of approach to a tip credit has not been tried in any other state, and we don't know very much about whether it would work. So, Representative Kiefer, I remain open to improvements to this bill, including the discussion related to a tip credit. I don't support this amendment. I generally don't support the idea behind it, but if at some point in a conference committee or later this discussion comes up, I remain open to see if something makes sense. I'm not supporting this amendment at this time, however, members, and I would ask you to vote red.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise to support the Kiefer Amendment. I think it's good policy. I've worked in restaurants for a good part of my life and made a good living at it. I think our businesses in my district are telling me that they want this type of thing in place. So I would urge you for a green vote.
Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd also like to agree with Representative Winkler on this. I don't think that this has been vetted in any other states. I know that many of you in the suburbs businesses have been sending me emails with the work I did on the minimum wage conformity bill. And I've got to say, from a rural standpoint, quite a few of the facts that folks were sending from the Restaurant Association and other things didn't quite line up with the employees in my district that I went around on our Easter recess and actually talked to the workers at a multitude of restaurants in the district. And I don't think that this is a good way to approach it right now, and I believe if Representative Winkler is willing to work with Representative Kiefer on it, I'd encourage a no vote as well.
Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to address a couple of points here. This is done in other states. It's common practice. This is not a political issue. We have discussed it a lot in committee. We've had plenty of testifiers. When I did ask you, would you be willing to talk about it, that was the last committee that it was heard in for me, but then it went into Commerce, it went into Ways and Means. The hourly calculations for small businesses are done anyway. This is required by federal law. Hours and gratuity income always have to be reported in the pay period, so this is not an undue burden. And we have already seen today that we've already supported a lot of exceptions to this bill so far. And I just want to mention that I supported Rep. Atkins, Rep. Poppy, Rep. Rosenthal, Rep. Faust, Halverson, and I was planning to support Dabney's amendment too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd encourage a green vote, members. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 65 nays, the motion does not prevail.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I believe that maybe you couldn't hear out of this side of your ear, plus my button was pressed before you mentioned clerk. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Representative Quam. What purpose do you rise?
I rise because I was risen before you. I was motioning my vote before you called, and there was a malfunction with my buttons.
What was the malfunction?
What
was the malfunction with your buttons, Representative Quam?
I would move to reconsider since I wasn't noticed, and there was a malfunction with my buttons.
I'm not sure what the malfunction was.
You were not on the prevailing side. The yes side prevailed. Your
Oh.
vote was
Oh.
You voted no. You voted no, right? That one, didn't you?
Yeah.
64 to 65. It went down. So why would he reconsider a vote?
So you voted no on this? I changed it before he...
Representative Quam moves to reconsider the previous vote.
Roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Quam requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The question before us is a motion to reconsider the last vote. So a yes vote would be to reconsider, a no vote would be to not reconsider. Everybody, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 61 nays, we will reconsider the vote. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, just to clarify for the members of the body what we are voting on and what a green and red vote mode.
We are voting on the Kiefer amendment.
Thank you.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 65 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dabney moving to amend House File 92, the third engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A14.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Currently, state rule, if you pay your server, your tipped server, by credit card, if you pay them with cash, you leave a $5 bill on the table, your server gets $5 because you thought the service was worth that extra bit. That's what a tip is a little something extra for the server or the bartender or the other tipped employees, the sky cap at the airport. They give service. You put a $5 bill down, they get $5. If, however, under Minnesota rule, you add $5 to your credit card transaction, the boss gets to reach into the server's pocket and take back the transaction fee that they pay as a regular part of their business costs for processing your credit card or debit card transaction. I think, and I hope the body agrees, that the tip belongs to the server, the tip belongs to the bartender, the tip belongs to the sky cap, the tip belongs to the tipped employee. And I'd ask for your support. Thank you.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for the reasons that Representative Dabney just outlined, I think this is a good amendment. We should be very clear that when we're leaving a tip, we're helping out the employee, not the employer, the worker, not the company that's employing them. And so I would ask members to vote yes.
Further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 92 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Winkler yield?
He will, yes.
Representative Winkler, if I heard you right, you said that the 375,000 Minnesotans will benefit from this pay increase. But according to the information I have from the Minnesota Department of Labor and Industry, there's only 93,000 Minnesotans receiving minimum wage in the state. So who are the other 282,000 people who will benefit from this pay increase, unless I'm misunderstanding the information?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Gruenhagen, it's all those people between $7.25 and $9.50 an hour.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you be a little bit more specific as far as classification?
He will yield. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Gruenhagen, those are the people who currently make between the current minimum wage and what the minimum wage will go to, and all those individuals will see an increase. If you want to have a better description of who they are, they tend to be disproportionately women. They tend to be disproportionately racial minorities. They tend to disproportionately fall in greater Minnesota. They tend to work in industries like retail and food service, the restaurant industry and hospitality. Those are the kind of workers that we're talking about. They also tend to not get access to unemployment insurance very well. They tend to live in poverty. A great deal of them actually have families that they're supporting. Many of them are educated past high school. 80% of them are over 20 years of age. These are people who are working for a living, trying to support their families, and struggling to get by in an economy that increasingly favors the people at the top and leaves very little for everyone else.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Representative Winkler and Mr. Speaker. Just one additional comment about this bill, and I will be voting against it and urge other members too, is, from my perspective, we're treating a symptom rather than the actual cause. And the cause is a federal fiscal policy that devalues the purchasing power of our dollar. And that is what, in the K-12 Education Committee, we saw testimony from different education groups that said, yes, we're getting additional money, but over the last 10 to 12 years, the purchasing power of that dollar has dropped about 30%. So that's the real problem that I see, is we have a government that's creating stress, financial stress, through its monetary policy on our middle class and our lower income people. And then we try to fix that by micromanaging and forcing our businesses, who are trying to compete in many cases with other businesses in their area and also across state lines, or in some cases globally, with a mandate from the state. And I think the way to deal with that, obviously we can't fix the federal monetary policy here, but I think the way to deal with that is to lower taxes and regulations and keep them reasonable and competitive with our neighboring states and also across the globe, rather than increasing taxes and regulations and driving up the cost of their electricity and their operating expenses. Unfortunately, it seems like this legislature wants to drive up their cost not only from an operating standpoint, but also from a wage standpoint. And that, unfortunately, is going to create many situations where they lay off workers or cut their hours back or try to operate with fewer employees, and in some cases have to close their doors. I have a good friend I just talked to yesterday. He's active in politics, and he works at a grocery store. And he told me that based on the implication of the Unaffordable Care Act, I got to start calling it the right thing, the ACA, that the grocery store is already cutting everybody back to under 29 hours. Okay, so he's having his hours cut back because of a mandate on health care from the from government. Now, on top of that, we're going to hit the grocery store with even higher minimum wage costs, which will probably result in them cutting back even further his hours, which makes it more difficult for him, not easier, to provide for his basic needs. So again, it's the law of unintended consequences. And I know we talked about money growing on trees, okay, and I appreciate Representative Anslich's analogy. But the fact is, businesses in many cases are struggling to stay in business and keep their doors open, and this simply makes things worse. So, members, I urge a red vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Fabian.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. You've heard me talk about this before. I live in a border community, represent a border area. I don't actually live in a border community, but I represent a border area. And one of the things I've talked about a lot is how competitive we are as a state with our neighboring states. I'm concerned that this legislation and several other pieces of legislation that we've considered and that we will be considering are making us less competitive. We've talked before about being in a global market. We've talked about being in a market that demands competitiveness. How does this legislation allow our restaurants and our motels and our gas stations and all kinds of small businesses, how does this type of legislation make us more competitive? How does this help us to make and create more jobs? We need to figure out ways to make ourselves more competitive. And my good friend, Representative Anslich, talked about money growing on trees. Well, money grows on trees in my district too. And obviously I was saddened by the announcement of Boise Cascade that they're scaling back 1/3, members. 1/3 of their employees are going to lose their jobs. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, you might say, in the logging industry in northern Minnesota. You've all read about the closings of other plants in Sartell and Duluth and Bemidji, in Cook. We're losing jobs, and it doesn't affect just the people that work in those plants. It affects the loggers that supply the materials to them. It affects the truckers that haul them there. It affects the gas stations and the repair shops that provide diesel fuel and repairs to the semis and the logging equipment. It affects the small hardware stores that supply chainsaws for the loggers. It affects the resorts in northern Minnesota. This type of legislation is, does it make us more competitive? And I couldn't help but read the article that was in the paper about the Boise Cascade reduction in jobs in International Falls. One of the statements that was made when asked why this is happening, it's to improve the cost competitiveness of our paper business. How do the things that we're doing in this legislative session make us more competitive? Members, I ask for a red vote. Thank you.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm rising to ask for a green vote today. For me, this bill hasn't been about, the best way to do it the whole time. There's not going to be a perfect answer that we can walk out of here today with, but it's about doing something for the little people around this state, and it's time we stood up and did the right thing. This is about paying people enough to get by. Not a living wage, enough to get by. And I wanted to thank Representative Winkler for all the hard work on this. I know it's been a lot of fun committee hearings with a lot of long hours, and also all of you for discussing the things we discussed today. I think it's important that we do that here. But overall, we're talking cost savings, and if we get into some of our programs that people making $7.25 an hour qualify for, Minnesota Energy Assistance, Minnesota Care, medical assistance, Head Start, free school lunches, special milk program, just to name a few. And these are right off the Department of Labor and Industry's website. Increasing these wages over time will hopefully allow these people to get out into their communities, work a little better, get up the food chain, and potentially relieve some of the stress that we have on these programs. So I think in the long run, there is cost savings, and again, I'd urge you to vote green. Thank you.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Winkler would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Franzen.
Representative Winkler, the Jobs Now Coalition literature that you handed out says that research shows that in a Minnesota family of 4 with both parents working full-time, each worker must earn $14.03 per hour to meet basic needs. Could you tell the body and to the public why, if this is the case, $14.03, why your bill does not raise it so that families can meet their basic needs? Under your proposal, it's telling me that even with raising the minimum wage to $9.50, it's not going to reach their needs.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Representative Franzen, for pointing out the fact that families in Minnesota need to make substantially more than $9.50 an hour per working adult in order to make ends meet. And if you look at the federal minimum wage now, that's about 50% of a bare-bones budget. So raising the minimum wage to $9.50 doesn't completely solve that problem. And in fact, raising it to $14 over 3 years would have probably more of a business shock than the increase that we're talking about. So there is a point at which raising it too far has an economic impact. At $9.50 an hour, we are well within the range of where businesses have historically been able to absorb these changes and where the economy can absorb those changes. Representative Franzen, raising the minimum wage is not the be-all, end-all solution. I think Representative Gruenhagen said that it was treating a symptom. That's somewhat right. I don't necessarily think that the Federal Reserve is the source of all problems in the economy. But there is a much broader question that we have. At some point in our history, in the late 1960s, early 1970s, the social contract began to disintegrate. Businesses no longer felt an obligation to pay employees commensurate with the productivity gains those employees were delivering for their businesses. More and more of the gains rose to the top. That's been true in Minnesota as it has been nationally. Minnesota's inequality has grown steadily every decade since then, with the brief exception of the 1990s. And I would point out, members, that we raised the minimum wage in 1990, and 1991 was the last time the state of Minnesota also raised its income tax. So, which is not why the 1990s were good years. The point is the state has a role in making sure that the benefits of a highly productive workforce and a dynamic economy actually flow more to the workers. And that's what this bill is a step in that. This bill is a step in that direction. It's not the total answer. And I hope that over the interim, some of the work that I will do and hopefully some work that we will take up next session will provide some more pieces to that answer. And I thank you for raising it because it is a critically important point that many, many people in Minnesota are working harder and harder all the time and making less and less and are unable to support themselves and their families even though they're working.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Winkler would yield to another question.
He will. Representative Franzen.
Representative Winkler, could you remind the body of when the last time minimum wage was raised?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Franzen, I think I already did share that with the body, and Representative Loon mentioned it as well. The federal minimum wage went up by an act of Congress in 2007, and it was fully phased in by 2009. In Minnesota, I believe it was 2005 when Tim Pawlenty was the governor.
Representative Franzen.
Representative Winkler would yield to another question.
He will. Representative Franzen.
Representative Winkler, were you a member during that time when the minimum wage was raised? I was not, so I was wondering if you are, could you please tell those of us who were not here at that time what the minimum wage was raised to, what was, and what the goal of that raise was meant to do?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Franzen, I was not a member of the legislature the last time a raise in the minimum wage was signed into law. I was here when we passed it, and I think it was vetoed, if my memory serves. But I'm not totally sure about that. So I can't speak to the debate in 2005, but I imagine that the goal was the same, to raise the minimum wage and put more money in workers' pockets so that hard work pays in Minnesota.
Representative Franzen.
Representative Winkler would yield to another question. Now, I
He will.
thought that I had
Representative
heard,
Franson,
oh,
sorry.
Representative Winkler, I thought I had heard that Tim Pawlenty did sign an increase into law. Okay, so he did. Are you saying that that increase at that time did not reach the objective, meaning lifting people out of poverty? Did the minimum wage help those reach their goals of getting out of poverty by raising the minimum wage back when Tim Pawlenty signed it into law?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Franson, yes, indeed, raising the minimum wage did help a lot of people.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, could you please tell the body about Section 4.32? This is regarding from changing from 6-week leave of birth and adoption to 12 weeks. I'm just wondering, I never saw this personally go through any of the other committees. I understand it went through the Ways and Means Committee. Could you tell the body and to the public why that provision was unable to travel through other committees?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Franson, as I shared at the beginning, that provision was originally contained in Representative Metza's bill. It was amended on in the Ways and Means Committee. And by moving from 6 weeks parental leave to 12 weeks parental leave, we are matching the federal standard, and this would apply to employers who employ between 21 and 49 workers. If you're above that 49 worker threshold, the federal law applies. So that's what it applies to. It's been straightforward and not really the subject of a great deal of controversy.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Representative Winkler, I actually am sorry that that section did not travel alone, because I actually support that. And so I was very thankful to see that Representative Loon offered an amendment regarding her issue with conforming to the federal level of minimum wage and also including the 12 weeks in there. And then I just want to also address Representative Kiefer's two-tiered amendment. You know, in Greater Minnesota, our restaurant businesses are suffering. I've spoken to the business owners, and by not offering this, I'm actually going to have businesses that will close. And for me, that's job losses. Those are people who work in those businesses that rely on their jobs, and now if those businesses do close, they're going to be hurt with the policies that you're trying to put into place to help those people. Those are the ones who are going to be hurt the most. And this bill is another proof on the war on work, Representative Winkler.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the midst of this very important discussion and debate, we have a special guest that I would like to introduce to you today. And I believe he's in the back room here. Would the former President of the United States please come out?
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was Mr. Fritz Klein, who has been brought into Minnesota by the Minnesota Historical Society and spoke last night, and I believe also is tomorrow at the Historical Society. So honored to have him here today.
Representative Ansel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a tough act to follow. Seriously, in getting back to the topic at hand here, Representative Winkler, I really want to thank you for your courage and your willingness to take this on. And I can tell your northern Minnesota roots have something to do with how you handle this issue, and I want you to know I appreciate it very much. Members, in northern Minnesota, when the mine closes, in order to stay in northern Minnesota, oftentimes a worker has to begin all over again with a minimum wage job. And members, in northern Minnesota, when the paper mill closes, similar to the situation that we learned of yesterday at Boise and International Falls, especially in International Falls because of geography and distance from markets and other communities, your follow-up job is a minimum wage job. And you know, the one thread that runs throughout us from northern Minnesota, whether we have Republican after our name or Democrat after our name, is we work like heck to keep our people there, keep our people employed, and keep the next generation of northern Minnesotans productive, raising families and having jobs. And it's really hard. And so really and truly, I ask you to find it in your heart, as my friend and colleague, our friend and colleague, Representative Rukavina would say, find it in your heart to give low-wage workers a couple of extra bucks an hour so they can stay in their communities and raise their families. They'll all appreciate it, believe me. So please vote for the Winkler bill.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Unfortunately, I rise to ask for a red vote on the bill. I think this is it's the second in the double whammy of unemployment bills for the state of Minnesota. You know, the first was our tax bill that will prove to be a disincentive to businesses to both invest and grow in our state, and now a bill that ultimately, I think, will drive up unemployment among those who probably need it the most, more than anything that we'll do this session. I don't doubt the heart and the compassion for improving the lives of the individuals that you're trying to do, but in fact, what this bill will do just the opposite. I know that we've had numerous committee hearings about this. We have our statistics and you have yours, but in fact, in every case around the world, you look at whether it's the United States or Europe, England, France, where they have increased the minimum wage or reduced the number of work hours that have to be worked, we've seen a precipitous rise in unemployment. And I rise today, I passed out something earlier on the unequal harm. And I know this is a particular interest of all of you. It's just the disparities that we have, especially in our urban centers, and what this will mean. So many of the people that will be impacted by this are already, because of the current state of our economy, because of things that are out of our control that happen at the national level, are already in desperate straits with 2 and 3 and 4 times the unemployment rates that we have in outstate. And just looking at the racial disparities between unemployment, and this is not going to help. I know that when I made this statement in committee, that I was accused of enslaving those people to a lifetime of low wages. Well, I took offense of that. Certainly that was not the premise of why I made the statements or presented the facts. It was a real concern and a passion for trying to help them out of their situation. But my concern is that what this will do is enslave them to a lifetime of government entitlements, because they can't find jobs, because we've so crippled the business owners that want to employ in such a way that they won't be able to hire. So before you take this vote, both members from both sides of the aisle, please consider what you're doing. There's a whole segment of our society that is already at 20 and 30% unemployment that will be immediately impacted by this policy change. Thank you.
Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. from across the aisle, I heard terms like second class, little people. That really bothers me. Yes, I heard that comment, little people. I don't consider any employee little people. When the nurses help me take care of my aunt, those are very important people. They deserve to be paid well, and they work very hard. I don't consider those people little. When I have employees on my farm, whether they come for 2 weeks or work for months, I don't consider them second class. It really is offensive, and I'm disappointed to hear that, and surprised to hear that out of the other side of the aisle. Shortly after we had our debate about the agriculture world, I happened to look at my email, and my husband just informed me that one of those prized employees that worked for us for years passed away this morning. And I want you to know that when we have employees work on our farm, or when many people in rural Minnesota do, those are considered family, and that's exactly what this is. I lost a family member today. They're very important to our businesses, and I want you to know that not everyone looks on them as a minimum wage job, or not encouraging them to blossom in their own fields. So members, I'm not sure we're doing the right thing here today, and I really want you to think about what we're really encouraging. Thank you.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in a moment, I'd ask the author of the bill to yield to a couple of questions. But, first, I realize there is a philosophical difference. I've had many small business people in my district, some that I've known since grade school, say that this is going to cause them to not hire as many people or to cut their staff. And I do recall, even though I wasn't in the legislature, the last time minimum wage was raised. And I had another one of these business people mention that the money that he had marked and budgeted for raises to the people that weren't making minimum wage, those employees that had families and children, that all that raise money went to cover the increase in minimum wage, because he's one of those, he's a grocer, and he has so many high school students that that's their first job. And he sees it as a win-win, hiring those young people and giving them an opportunity. And I realize that there's a disparity between the philosophies. I don't think the intent of paying a good wage is different between us, but if the author of the bill would yield.
He will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you. What do you think is a livable wage? And if raising the minimum wage is good and will not have an impact on employment, why not raise the minimum wage to a livable wage or to $100 per hour? And I assume that your response is going to be that there would be an impact at some point. And if so, then what would you think the impact would kick in at?
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Quam, this is the answer I already gave to Representative Franson. I do think at some point there would be a price shock in the level of the wage if you raised it too far, based on historical numbers and economic analysis that's been done, and the fact that this is already less than the inflation-adjusted wage from the late 1960s, early 1970s. I think we're well within the safe range.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping to find out what you thought a livable wage was, because, honestly, I want to understand the position on the other side of the aisle and fully understand, when we do these bills. But and I was also hoping for more of a ballpark at $15 or $20 of where there'd be an impact, so that I could understand the perspective. Because I don't think there's a single member here in the House that doesn't care about the people that aren't making enough money, however you define it. I just don't think that it's prudent, one, to put something on automatic pilot, because that, frankly, is a lazy approach I see. To me, it would be lazy, because we should be paying attention. We should be forced to go back and look at everything we do periodically to see if it still works and fits. And that's my big concern about autopilot. And you can argue about the numbers. And frankly, I don't think I can vote for this bill. I do honestly believe you believe this is the best way to go forward. I think there would be a better approach, and I'm sorry today I won't be able to agree with you.
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I want to stand in support of this bill and appreciate the work of those who have put it together. And increasing family income will lead to better educational outcomes for our children and help us long-term in stabilizing the state's budget. And I've heard a lot from educators and from our business leaders about the need for us as a state to deal with our educational achievement gap and what a drain it potentially is going to put on our ability to meet our workforce needs of the future. Children from families with sufficient financial resources are far more likely than children from economically disadvantaged families to start kindergarten ready to succeed and to flourish in school and in later life. The research is clear that even a difference as little as $1,000 a year can make a difference. And this is only a $1,500 a year difference, but every nickel is going to be cherished, and those families that are struggling to get by at this level. This can also impact our state budget over the long term. Employers that pay adequate wages to their employees reduce public costs and sliding fee child care, affordable housing subsidies, health care costs, and many other areas of public support. And I think we owe it to any worker who devotes 40 hours of their life and their talents to the service of someone else for pay, to have the dignity of being able to meet their own basic needs without having to go down to the county or to their church or the United Way or anyone else to try and meet just the basics of life. And people at this income level, that's all they've got to focus on. Is there enough food on the table for tonight? Is there enough money for the rent? Is there bus fare tomorrow, or do I have to walk a few miles? Is there gas for the gas tank to get to work? This is about giving people who work hard what we say we want, which is the opportunity to be self-sufficient and to live a life of dignity and fulfillment. It's only a tiny, tiny step towards this, and I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today to speak on the issue of minimum wage, bringing some unique experience. I spent almost 30 years in the private sector working in the hospitality industry, and I understand greatly what happens when we have increases coming in the minimum wage. I see the struggles that small businesses have. But I got a new perspective on it about 6 years ago when I went to work in the nonprofit world. And one of the things I learned in the nonprofit world is they have the same pressures that we have in the private sector. But one of the things that I learned is that some of the challenges that they have is that when increases come along the line, that they don't have the opportunity to raise their rates. Most of the nonprofits are relying on support from people making contributions and, more importantly, from governmental agencies. And many times they're suffering cuts from governmental agencies at the same time some of these increases occur. But it is very interesting that I find that the Minnesota Council of Nonprofits, which represents many of these areas, has gone on record saying they support the minimum wage increase. And I find it very interesting that a entity representing a portion of our business sector that does not have the opportunity to raise their rates and has suffered budget cuts at a time when these rates go up, find it that they can support this, but at a time the private for-profit sector says that they are challenged and are not able to manage these increases. So I find it somewhat interesting, the arguments that are being made, and because the Minnesota Council of Nonprofits says this is something that they support, I would urge a green vote.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Mr. Speaker, this is really another unemployment bill by the Democrats. Similar to the $2.6 billion tax increase proposal we saw coming through here a week or so ago. This bill is going to have a detrimental impact on jobs in Minnesota. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Labor and Industry reports to us in 2011 that there were 93,000 workers in Minnesota that made the federal minimum wage or less at $7.25 an hour. 93,000 Minnesotans who made that wage. Well, members, what we're concerned about is what's going to happen to those 93,000 Minnesotans. What impact is this bill? This bill that again attempts to impose the government on the contractual relationships in the private sector between an employer and an employee. Members, this is not the place for government to even be. There's not a place in our Constitution that even suggests we should be delving into this area. Members, there's a study that was done on the teen unemployment rate throughout the country. They took the 10 states that were above $8 or more per hour in minimum wage. 9 of those 10 states had unemployment rates among teens higher than the state of Minnesota does. The state of Minnesota is at 19.1% teen unemployment rate. 9 of those 10 states that are already above $8 an hour in minimum wage, right now, they're above $8 an hour, and they range all the way up to 30% unemployment rate. Those minimum wages are already much higher than ours. And their unemployment rates among teens, ostensibly a large section of the 93,000 Minnesotans that are affected by this bill, in those states, the unemployment rate is significantly higher than here in Minnesota. Mr. Speaker, as I talk to and hear from businesses in my district, and I would expect that everybody in the chamber has heard extensively from their small business owners in the impact that this unemployment bill is going to have upon their business as they move forward and try to do business in this state that continues day by day here in the Minnesota legislature to become more difficult for them to operate and decide to continue to stay in this state. And what they tell me is there's 3 things they can do in response to this effort to engineer them and their contractual relationships between their employees. They say they can eliminate jobs, number 1. Number 2, they can raise prices. And number 3, they can reduce current employees to part-time in order to make the numbers in their business work, given the oppression that this bill will provide to them. Now, members, there was a compilation of studies done throughout the country. It compiled nationally 85% of the major academic studies that show that raising the minimum wage will result in fewer jobs. They show that raising the minimum wage will reduce the number of jobs. A large number of these employers are simply eliminating jobs. And those are for the least skilled and least experienced employees. Those are the jobs that they reduce first. That same study said that you can expect for every 10% increase in the minimum wage, a 1 to 3% reduction in the employment of that group of people. For every 10% increase in the minimum wage, a 1 to 3% reduction or increase in unemployment. Now, members, if you run the numbers, and that was looking at the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, and you apply to us this bill, apply to Minnesota, this bill at $9.50 an hour, That's a $2.25 increase. A 31% increase, members, in the minimum wage. What that says then, members and Mr. Speaker, when we apply this bill to the 93,000 Minnesotans that this bill would potentially impact, if you take the 2% and the 1 to 3% range, that's 5,580 people in Minnesota that this bill will unemploy. And members, to personalize it a little more, divide that by 134 House districts. That's 41 people in each and every one of our districts. 41 people that this war on work in this bill is going to unemploy. So as you go through your district and you talk to your constituents, especially your young constituents that are just getting going in life and trying to build a home and a future for themselves, and look them in the eye and wonder if they're going to be one of the 41 people in your district that is going to be unemployed by this unemployment bill. Members, we have to stop the war on work. We have to stop passing legislation that makes it more and more difficult for the people in our state that employ people, that encourage work, that provide for the dignity that Representative Loeffler talked about. A job provides that dignity. This bill rips it out of those people. Members, let's stop the war on work, and please vote no on this bill.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, I get up for a couple of reasons here this afternoon. I just was sitting here reminiscing, and 41 years ago, the first speech I gave on the House floor was in support of the minimum wage, and here I am again, 41 years later, standing in support of the minimum wage. But a couple of points that I'd like to make. First of all, I think we hear a lot of publicity about the kind of economy we have today, and it's a consumer economy. Consumer confidence is important. And when you put dollars into the pockets of the workers that were just alluded to, most of them that would fall under the minimum wage are going to be spending that money on their day-by-day life activities. That helps us all. References that were made to the Main Street businesses, if there are more people that can walk into those shops and spend money, that means that that business is helped. That's the other side of the equation. When I was first elected, I was a relatively recent college graduate. Graduated from college and started to teach, and a few years later ran for the legislature. But when I was in college, I did a major research paper. We called it a star paper for a upper division or graduate course. And it was right after, a couple of years after John F. Kennedy had been elected president, and one of the big debates, sounded much like what we're debating here today, was what would happen if you raised the minimum wage. And the result of that was that employment actually increased across the United States when the federal government did raise the minimum wage. So that counters some of these arguments that are being made here today that somehow it's going to be a negative impact on employment. I don't think that bears the facts that we've seen historically. The other thing that comes to mind, some of you may remember comments that were made in your history classes and so on about Henry Ford and what he did about wages. He literally unilaterally at one point raised the wages of his workers, and he was severely criticized by the other industrialists at the time. And his answer was, and it goes back to this consumer economy, his answer was, I want to make sure my workers can purchase my cars. And I think that's a part of this consumer economy as well, when we keep in mind that when we raise the minimum wage, we give an opportunity for many more people to make purchases that help us all in the current economy.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker and members, I think a lot of us in this body are not business owners, and so I think it's irrelevant that I would stand and speak. My husband and I own a small business in a small town in central Minnesota. So we get the issue of the cost of labor. And what we're doing today, members, is raising the cost of labor. And of course, wages are not the only thing that employers have to deal with. We suffer from a very high workers' comp insurance costs, not because we are an unsafe workplace, but because actually we are very safe, but we're in the mining industry in that category, I should say. So we understand the cost of labor. You know, this is the kind of bill that is going to bring the cost of labor to an incredible surge. It will impact the numbers of people that will be hired. It will impact the job creators. It will impact the opportunities and the business startups that occur in our state. And it will impact the general economic situation that we have here in Minnesota. But just a couple small factoids, I should say. First of all, I think we're hearing some faulty premises upon which this bill has been based. And I guess if there's anything that is troubling, it is that there become canards and mantras out there that become accepted in the public sphere, and we build upon that. When we do, we build bad law. And I think that's the case in this situation. So just a couple of pointers. Who are the folks on the minimum wage? Article from the Wall Street Journal. They will say that the most minimum wage earners are not the primary breadwinner. And so I think this idea that somehow we've got a number of families being raised on the minimum wage, we should be corrected in that. The average family income of a household with a minimum wage worker is about $47,000. Also, those folks that are making $15,000 a year, don't forget that they are receiving a federal supplement, the Earned Income Tax Credit, and in this state they also receive an additional supplement, the Working Family Tax Credit. We had a discussion about what happened in 2009 when that last minimum wage federally occurred, and actually there were some impacts, some very dramatic impacts. The jobless rate jumped for teens and black teens especially. For black teens, the rate has remained close to 40% who are unemployed, and it was still 37% just this last January. The number was actually 600,000 teen jobs that disappeared in the 6 months after the 2009 federal wage increase was enacted. That was even as the GDP was expanding. So it's clearly the kind of effort that is going to have a lot of unintended consequences. The Wall Street Journal called the minimum wage the Minority Youth Unemployment Act. So we are hurting the people, the very people that we want to help the most, with opportunities, with an entry-level job that provides skills, that grows skills, and is the first step on the ladder. The other point, and I guess I'll close it up here, but Representative Winkler made a comment that nothing is done. Nothing is done in the years between those in which the government raises the minimum wage. Nothing could be further from the truth. You know, the minimum wage was at a constant from 1997 to 2007. And in that 10-year period, the numbers of people on the minimum wage fell by 2/3. So 66% of those who had been on the minimum wage were no longer at it. And in fact, in 2007, only 2.3% of all workers were at minimum wage. So you see what happens, folks? You've got employers. You've got employers who want to remain competitive, who want to retain good employees, and they are raising the minimum wage without government taking, lifting a finger. And this is what I think the Democrats fail to understand. You had in the boom years of 98 and 99, you had McDonald's, paying people $8 and $9 back then. So, the problem is trying to put a minimum wage that is a one-size-fits-all over every industry, in every sector of our country, in every sector of our state in this case, and then doing it and making Minnesota an island. That was attempted in 94, 95, 96 in our state. Luckily, Governor Carlson vetoed those efforts. Minnesota should not want to be an outlier in this area. I think can't imagine anything that is worse for our economy, worse for our business owners, worse for our job creators, and worse for business startups. If this is the path you want to go down it. But I think we are going to see the ramifications and see it very, very plainly. It's a bad bill for job creators, a bad bill for job seekers, a bad bill for teens and minority teens, and simply a bad bill for Minnesota's economy. Please vote red.
Representative Anderson. M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise against this bill. Members, this is just another unfunded mandate. And it's also following what happened last week. We raised taxes. So what are we going to do about that? Well, let's feel good about ourselves and let's raise the minimum wage for the little guy. That's what I'm hearing. Well, I'm currently starting my third business, and just since last week, I've been told that some of my taxes for this business are going to go up 600%. Now I'm sitting out on the floor listening to people tell me that, or dictate to me, people that have never employed anybody in their life, tell me what I have to pay my people. And yet, I've got email after email from people in the grocery business. This is a business that I grew up in because my father owned a couple of grocery stores. I started off making minimum wage. I haven't been on minimum wage for a long time, and nowhere in the time that I was ever earning that minimum wage did I have a family. And I'm just looking at where we're going with this. A lot of people can look at this and say this is an employer versus an employee issue. I say that's nonsense. Right now, this is a private sector issue versus the legislature. It's us against them. I mean, I just got an email just a little bit ago from a guy from a Dairy Queen up in my district and says, please don't do this to me. This is just going to be devastating. So I'm sure a lot of us have campaigned that this is going to be a jobs issue. We're going to create jobs. But this bill itself is going after every single employer that works with especially the teenagers. And just with that, I urge you to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mariani.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There are a couple of comments here that actually compelled me to get up and speak. And so let me talk about two things in general. First of all, we've had a couple of references to the so-called negative effects of raising the minimum wage to certain populations, in particular communities of color. And I note the handout that's been distributed here from called Unequal Harm from the Employment Policies Institute. And so, being a curious person, I went and Googled up the EPI. And by the way, EPI is the same acronym as the Economic Policy Institute, which is a long-standing institute, been around for many, many years, and which actually has done quite a bit of work looking at a number of employment policy issues, including impacts of the minimum wage, and have strongly, consistently supported raising the minimum wage as an anti-poverty measure, as well as an economic stimulus measure for our society. And these are, subjective research, peer-reviewed type of work, which is the opposite of this so-called Employment Policies Institute group. And so as I mentioned, I looked this group up and found out that the Employment Policy Institute is a nonprofit institute that was set up by a lobbying firm in Washington, D.C., a lobbying firm. And here's how it works. The lobbying firm has actually set up a number of these so-called think tanks because they're nonprofits, which means they can raise money, through a nonprofit mechanism, to then do research, which, by the way, is the research that the lobbying firm works on. And the EPI, the Employment Policies Institute, have apparently produced quote-unquote research which refutes the importance of the minimum wage. And this lobbying group, which works for a number of fast food corporations, and a number of retail operations that are sensitive to the issue of minimum wage, consistently have lobbied the federal government against Congress against raising the minimum wage. So members, I just think we need to be very careful when we pull out research or so-called research as factual here. I certainly enjoy the ability to debate your research versus my research, but members, look on this particular piece with incredible questioning in your mind. Members, wages in communities of color are indeed low. People of color are, on average, paid lower than other people in our society. At best, you have a correlative argument here relative to the connection of that to the minimum wage. It's not cause and effect. Our society struggles with issues of race and racism and the impact on people's lives, and it's a much more complex issue than attempting to than attaching the negative impacts on these communities to one single factor, including the issue of the minimum wage. A few years ago, I co-chaired the Legislative Commission to End Poverty. We traveled around the state. This was a bipartisan group of legislators, House and Senate members, and there were quite a bit of important learnings, and actually our report is still online. Just Google it up. It's actually part of our legislative, oh gosh, let me look it up really quickly here. The Legislative Commission to End Poverty. Google it up. Our report is part of the commission, the legislative, oh shoot. Anyway, I'll send you all the link. Here's the point. We traveled all over this state for 2 years, and we heard stories about poverty straight from communities, straight from people in poverty, straight from folks who are working against poverty. And one of the things that consistently came through, and is part of our report, is to do something about the minimum wage, to make work pay, to make work be a reality that doesn't lead to poverty. There's no reason why people should struggle to make ends meet while they're working. Many cases working 2 jobs and they still can't feed themselves. One of the things that we learned in the commission is, as important as this issue is, we need to do lots of other issues. We need to have a policy frame that connects several things, but that the minimum wage issue needs to be at the center of that work. We also need to help people build assets. To do that through home ownership, to do that through investment in the marketplace. We also need to help people acquire new skills, job retraining skills, higher education, credentialed abilities. The point is that all these things need to be connected to one another. And if we do only one without doing the other, we're not going to end poverty. Clearly at the center of this is the ability for us to make work worthwhile. It makes no sense for people in Minnesota to work as hard as they do and yet still be unable to pay their rent, to pay food, to provide for their children. Representative Winkler, thank you for your bill. Members, thank you for your support for this bill. This is a strong affirmation, a part of this legislature, as we face all Minnesotans, that we believe that work should be worthwhile. We're going to restore dignity to the world of work by ensuring that you're paid a wage that gets you closer to be able to be successful and to move ahead.
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, this has been a good debate, and you know, I know that everyone speaking on this issue from your perspective is well-meaning, but what we really have here is a difficult choice between members who want to do good things to try to help lower wage workers by, as Representative Ansel says, give them a couple of bucks, put a couple of extra bucks in their pocket, and people who don't want opportunities to be lost for the people who most need employment, who most need a chance to get into the workforce, to develop skills, to move on to a career. But that's really the choice that we have. And I'm very concerned that the proposal that Representative Winkler has brought to us really moves us away from the ability of folks who most need it to get a job. The increase is too fast, too much, too soon on the heels of a very bad recession where we have just barely gotten back to our pre-recession job levels. We lost 160,000 jobs in Minnesota at the height of the recession. We are almost back, but not quite. And some of those industries that were hardest hit are not fully back. You know, construction was very hard hit. They're starting to get jobs, and a lot of those are not minimum wage jobs. But the industries that are traditionally have a lot of minimum wage employment, food and beverage, maybe lower end retail and that, have not bounced as quickly as some of the other sectors are. And that's where a lot of these employees are. So the harder we make it for those employers to provide opportunities, the less chance those with lower skills, many of them young, will have the opportunity to get a job. And we've heard about some of these statistics, but let's look at them. And I spent some time looking over a Department of Labor and Industries minimum wage report from 2011. I think that's the most recent one. 60% of the people making minimum wage are aged 15 to 24. You're talking about high schoolers, maybe college-age kids, folks getting into the workforce for the first time. 72% of minimum wage workers work part-time. 81% of them are unmarried. 18.9% of people who make minimum wage live in poverty. 18.9%. I know we've talked a lot about raising people out of poverty. 18.9% of those who make minimum wage actually live in poverty. That's not a great thing, but it's not anywhere close to the majority of people making minimum wage. So we are talking about young, largely, unskilled, and our lesser educated workers. And we're going to put another barrier to their entry into the workforce by doing this. You know, Representative Winkler also mentioned he'd like to have the wage be a little bit higher to lift people up into better economic circumstances, and sure, I guess maybe we all would. But the money's not coming out of our pockets. It's coming out of the pockets of other people who work hard every day to keep the doors open on their business, provide a good or a service, and opportunities for people to come in and work and hopefully make a living and gain some skills. So what is that rate? What is the rate that they can absorb? I don't know that I could come up with that rate. Representative Winkler's taken a stab at it. I think he started at $10.55 and we're now down to $9.50. From the emails and the comments that I've gotten from people, I think $9.50 is quite high. As I mentioned earlier when I offered an alternative amendment to do federal conformity, there's only one other state that has a minimum wage that is anywhere near the one we are considering today. That's Washington State. Their minimum wage is $9.19 an hour, and we are talking about going to $9.50. So that would put us at the top of that pile. And if you look at Washington State, their unemployment rate is a full 1.5 points higher than it is in Minnesota. And their unemployment rate among teenagers is 11 points higher than that. I'm not sure that that's a model we would like to follow. All of the border states around us have federal conformity at $7.25, and we are debating $9.50 an hour. Members, that's a large disparity, a large range. And yes, Minnesota prides itself on being first and having good jobs, good opportunities, a good standard of living, but there is a limit to how much the business community can absorb in a short period of time, and I think this far exceeds that capacity from all of the testimony we've taken in the Select Committee on Living Wage and the Jobs Committee and many others who have spent hours and hours looking at this. You know, a lot of these low income or minimum wage workers work in maybe fast food or retail of lower cost goods. And Representative Winkler mentioned that we're going to help the economy by giving these workers more money to go out and buy more of these goods or services and stimulate economic activity. Well, unfortunately, if you provide fewer opportunities by raising the cost of those jobs, there's probably going to be fewer of them. And at the same time, if the only avenue for those businesses who now have a much dramatically higher wage they must compensate for, their choices are probably going to be raise their prices or lay off workers, you've now had a double hit on those low-income families. Fewer job opportunities and higher costs of goods and services that they are more likely to avail themselves of. Maybe things like fast food or, again, lower priced goods or services. We talked a lot about the restaurant industry. Hospitality, who take a huge hit during the recession. You know, one of the first things people do, if money is tight around your household, you go out to eat less. There's less money in the budget for any kind of entertainment like that. You cook at home. A few years ago, 50% of the restaurants in Minnesota were table service, where you sit down and a service person comes and takes your order, brings you your food, and hopefully you reward them well with a nice tip. That's down to 33%. 33%. As these businesses are struggling to cover their costs, they're finding that they can do it in less expensive ways by having maybe the patrons who come into their restaurants go to the counter and order, pick up the food themselves. Fewer opportunities for people to have those table service jobs, which tend to be some of the better jobs that you want to have in a restaurant because you have the opportunity to earn tips in addition to your wages. So this is a significant impact, members, on employment opportunities for people in Minnesota. And I know we'd all like to make everyone who's living at a low income wage or living in poverty make their circumstances better. But those good intentions do not come without consequences. And I hope we weigh this carefully. Those good intentions may very well mean you've got fewer people getting the opportunity to get the job that they so very much need. I urge members to vote no.
Representative Garofalo.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And just a couple of things to make sure we understand about the bill we're voting on today. First of all, what the effects of this bill are going to be, it's going to mean higher prices for consumers. higher prices for pizza, for spa services, for haircuts, for ice cream cones, from everything under the sun. It's going to mean higher prices for the consumers of Minnesota. Second of all, it's going to mean fewer small businesses and fewer choices for bars and restaurants, as the government mandates a higher cost structure for labor on those small business providers, those businesses, fewer choices. And third and finally, and most sad, what it's going to mean fewer jobs. It's going to mean fewer jobs for the citizens of Minnesota, especially those who are looking for new employment in their first job. It was funny, I have a 17-year-old son, he works at McDonald's, and I asked him about this. I told him about the fact that the minimum wage was going to be going up. Now he's a bright kid and he figured it out right away. He said, "Great," sarcastically, "fewer hours for me." My son Alex got it. 17 years old and he understands it, yet the legislative majority here fails to understand that. Today we have an amendment from my friend from Minneapolis, Representative Dabney, who tries to limit how businesses are going to get away from the cost constraints, the cost drivers you're putting on them. It's not a surprise that businesses are going to try to avoid these costs, to try to avoid raising prices. Businesses know the maximum price they can price their product at before consumers turn away. And yet we have here a DFL majority that thinks they know more about pricing products and knows more about what consumers are willing to pay than the small business owners across the state of Minnesota. If there's one thing we've learned, it's that businesses will adapt and there will be technology. And sadly, we are seeing this take effect already in Minnesota. In my district, I've already lost a restaurant, and there's a second one that I believe is going to be on the way. I had the opportunity to talk to a restaurant owner earlier this week, who told me that there's no doubt about it, the higher minimum wage increase, they know exactly where the cost of that's going to come out of. They're going to take away the retirement benefits they have for their busboys and for the cooks in hospitality and the greeters in their business. That's where the costs are going to come from. The highest paid employees at that restaurant are getting a government-mandated wage. But worst of all, members, you are incentivizing the replacement of workers. There's a business that exists out there. They take iPads and they market them to bars and restaurants. iPads so people can order at their tables, not have waiters and waitresses. If you've been to the airport, you've seen this technology in place. The people who sell this technology are now marketing it to bars and restaurants. Going to bars and restaurants saying, "We understand under the current cost structure, the iPads aren't cost effective. But take a look at what the legislature is doing, and they are using your bill as a marketing ploy to replace labor in bars and restaurants as a direct effect of the legislation the Democrats are passing today." But, Mr. Speaker and members, the reality is the die was cast on this proposal a long time ago. The die was cast when the voters of Minnesota decided to give the Democrat Party total control over the state of Minnesota government. And what has been happened is at the bargaining table of the conference committee process, the savers have been replaced with the spenders. There is no balance in the conference committee process, no one looking out for the costs of small businesses and job providers in this state. The facts are the Democrat Party is completely oblivious to cost. But after all, maybe this minimum wage increase is a good idea after all, because the lower and working classes are going to have to come up with some sort of way to pay for your highly regressive taxes that you're imposing on them in the tax bills of previous sessions. Mr. Speaker and members, it's clear. This bill means higher prices for consumers, fewer choices for the citizens of Minnesota, and reduced jobs. I ask for your no vote.
Representative Murphy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Big Joe Faust, the person to whom I'm married and a small business owner, is going fishing in Wisconsin this weekend. And he texted me a little while ago saying that he was leaving a light on for me because he knows I'm going to stay here this weekend. And I told him we were working on raising the minimum wage, and he said, "Good, we should in Minnesota." You know, too many Minnesotans are working multiple jobs in Minnesota, and they're working very hard, and they're not getting ahead. They're not able to make ends meet. And we believe that hard work should pay in Minnesota. I think that's a value we all share here in Minnesota. For the past decade or so, we have relied and leaned on business maybe a little too much, suggesting that if businesses in Minnesota are doing well, then Minnesotans will do well. And I don't think that is playing out quite as we expected. And we're seeing really glaring income inequality across the country and here in Minnesota as well. The current minimum wage is not a livable wage for Minnesota families, and that's bad news for our economy. But when an honest day's work pays a livable wage, all Minnesotans benefit. Families have more money. They spend it at the grocery store like we do on clothes for their kids, at their local restaurants, and going fishing for the weekend. We believe the best way to grow our economy is not from the top down, as we've seen a little too much of in Minnesota, but from the middle out. And that's why raising the minimum wage is the right choice for Minnesotans and the right choice for our economic future. Please vote yes, and thank you, Representative Winkler, for bringing the bill forward.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hope you don't mind if I just read a couple of brief quotes related to this issue. The first one is from a representative of the Restaurant, Hotel, and Resort Association. The quote is, "This bill would be a disaster for restaurant people. They just couldn't keep their doors open." That was from 1990. Another quote was, "Once again, the restaurant industry is suffering an unfair hit. We're going to be in a league of our own because our minimum wage is going to be so high." That also was from 1990. The same arguments that we've heard today about unemployment, about teen employment, about I think war on work is probably a new innovation, at least rhetorically. But the same arguments have been made time and time again. As I mentioned at the beginning, since Roosevelt signed the Fair Labor Standards Act and created a national minimum wage in 1938, those have been used time and time again in Minnesota and nationally, and they just never quite bear out. It used to be that economists believed that raising the minimum wage would create more unemployment. That was according to a very classical, simple theory of economics. The evidence, however, that economists have been able to put together time after time has demonstrated no net negative increase or decrease in jobs. So it doesn't have an impact. And the arguments that we've heard against the minimum wage so far today have entirely ignored the fact that low-wage workers spend more of their income in the economy than high-wage workers or the investor class of business owners. They spend more now. That has a multiplier in the effect in the economy right now, and that is the biggest reason why this is not a negative economic action to raise the minimum wage. So it is not just a feel-good. It's not a naive idea that somehow the legislature is going to throw a few more dollars at low-wage workers and we'll all feel good about what we're doing, but of course we're really being foolish. That is not the case at all. The fact of the matter is these workers are getting less and less. The restaurants that Representative Garofalo was talking about, they have been making productivity increases for decades. Every employment category, every industry has made productivity improvements for centuries. And every step along the way, workers have had to fight for their fair share of those productivity increases. We are not talking today, by raising the minimum wage, about robbing money out of the hands of hardworking people and giving it to people to be flushed down a toilet and have nothing good happen from it. We are talking about a real benefit to workers who struggle, and we are talking about a real benefit in increased demand for goods and services for the businesses that provide them in our community. And, you know, maybe the simplest way to look at this is that in committee we had a representative from the catering business that runs the catering here at the state capitol who talked about how difficult this would be for their workers and how their workers were treated so well. Well, today I was downstairs and I just happened to ask one of those workers if we should raise the minimum wage. And that worker said, "Yes, please, because I'm working 2 jobs right now just to pay the rent. I get paid $9 here and I get paid $7 in my other job." Members, those are the people that we're talking about. They will take an opportunity to go out to a restaurant. They'll take an opportunity to take another trip to the grocery store or another retail store. They will spend more money in the economy because they need it to meet their basic needs. And if we do not take action to turn this around and move in the direction of putting more money into workers' pockets, we will continue down the path of anemic economic growth undermined by very weak demand. We are a consumer-driven economy, and if we don't have consumers creating jobs, we are going to fail. And members, that's what we have seen. Too much of a reliance on business, too much of worry about cost to business, and not enough worry about whether the average person is able to make enough money to take care of themselves and their families if they work hard. That's what this is about. It's about giving people the opportunity to take care of themselves and grow the economy by getting a decent day's wage for a decent day's work. So please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Being 68 ayes and 62 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 489. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 489, unofficially engrossed and reprinted for the House to include committee amendments, an act relating to retirement.
The author of the bill, Representative Murphy. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House File 749, or 489, is the Omnibus pension bill that is being recommended by the bicameral House and Senate Pension Commission, and it's a bill that's arrived to the floor by hearings in government operations, rules, ways and means, and seeks to address housekeeping issues in many plans, solvency issues in some plans, and stability for all our pension plans. On the page following, page 213, is an appendix, and there is on the first sheet of the appendix a table of contents of the titles of the 16 articles that are in House File or Senate File 489. I am choosing not to go article by article because you have the summaries of the bills from your various caucuses and from House research, and some of you are following on your computers and some of you are following on paper. But I would like to talk about how pensions have become an important topic by legislative bodies around the country. When the dot-com bust in the stock market of 2000 happened, and the Great Recession that began in 2008, many public and private pension plans precipitated serious financial issues. Before we start the discussion on this bill, though, I would like to offer experienced and new members a framework for the topic. The state of Minnesota began establishing pension plans in the 1880s. The first state pension plan that received state aid was to firefighters of the state. Over $30 million in 1885 was appropriated by the legislature for that firefighters plan. In 1959, the legislature created the Legislative Commission on Pensions and Retirement. It was formed as a bicameral, bipartisan commission to provide a thoughtful, principle-based approach to pensions. In the years that I have served on the Pension Commission, we have reviewed, revised, and followed the established principles, knowing that our legislation is a necessary component for the livelihood of all public employees until their lives end. The legislature has the responsibility to make pension law for all plans. All plans are not the same for a variety of reasons. We have a special obligation to some plans, especially to our 30,000 police and fire safety employees affected by pensions, because they are not covered by Social Security. For all practical purposes, the pensions, disability, and survivor benefits these public safety employees receive are what this legislature provides. It is an awesome responsibility that we share. We also owe our best efforts to the other 276,000 active public employees and 170,000 retirees, disabilitants, and survivors. As we consider this bill, keep the number 1.6% in mind. 1.6%. 1.6% is the total amount of state and local spending that goes to fund pensions in Minnesota. The importance of that number is this. The national average spending on pensions is 2.9%. Minnesota spends less than half as much on pensions as the average state. If we were spending 5 to 6% of our budgets on pensions, like some states are beginning to have to do, I would concede that we have a serious, serious problem. I do not believe that we are in that pension crisis that calls for drastic action. But we do have situations that need to be addressed. And like all problems, the sooner we address them, the easier and quicker we will find or alleviate the situation and the solution. One major reason that we do not have a pension crisis is that the Pension Commission and the legislature has always required employees to pay their fair share. For general employees, this means they pay half the cost of their pensions. For public safety employees, we expect them to pay 40% of the cost of their pensions. This policy alone has helped avoid the plight that other plans in other states are in. Minnesota also has another huge asset for the cost of pensions. Minnesota ranks 45th in the nation in the cost to provide fire service. We pay $70 per person in Minnesota compared to the national average of $137 per person. Minnesota ranks 45th in the nation in the cost to provide fire service. The reason for this is that nearly 90% of our firefighters are volunteers. This saves the state $360 million a year, or $1 million a day. We owe those men and women who volunteer a debt of gratitude. We must also keep their plans strong. In the bill before you, we are trying to address a number of pension issues. We have some that we are addressing, some that we are not. We are addressing the PERA, police and fire, and the state patrol plans. We do this by cutting benefits and raising contributions. In the PERA, police and fire plan, we are cutting $450 million in benefits. We are raising employee contributions by $10 million a year and by $14 million a year for employers. In total, we save the plans $64 million a year. And this has been done with collaboration agreement from all the police and fire groups and the PERA Board of Trustees. Collaboration and cooperation, making solutions. In total, the police and fire members and retirees are paying 80% of the cost of the changes. We are addressing the judge's plan and fixing that funding by cutting benefits and raising contributions. Again, the solutions that are being proposed were done through collaboration and cooperation of those people that are affected. The working group for the judges met in every judicial district in the state over a 2-year period to present their solution to solvency that's contained in this bill. We are also helping the St. Paul and Duluth teacher plans. We are setting their COLAs at 1%, and that is 1% less than some other plans. We are raising the St. Paul and Duluth teachers' contributions to 7.5% of salary. We are also leveling the benefits between all teachers in the state. The bill provides state aid to St. Paul at $7 million a year and $6 million for Duluth. This aid is necessary to put these plans on course for full funding in 25 years. It's like a mortgage. If the bill passes and our assumptions hold true, these plans will be 100% funded in 25 years. The legislature has provided help like this before. In 1980, aid was provided to 47 local police and fire pension funds around the state. The legislature aided the MRF system in 1978. In 1985, the legislature provided TRA with $30 million a year that helped all cities except Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Duluth. The legislature also provided help again for MRF and the Minneapolis teachers when their models failed. In this bill, there is language to fully study what the cost will be if the legislature decides the best solution would be for Duluth and St. Paul to merge with TRA. That report will be due January 6, 2014. Both those pension plans have been in existence for over 100 years. They both have a strong history of being successful, responsible, and well-run. Duluth has had dramatic demographic challenges in very recent years. St. Paul has a history of being underfunded, yet it has an excellent investment returns which exceeded the State Board of Investment for the last 10 years, with low administrative costs and COLAs that have been lower than TRAs. These plans have not been mismanaged. They simply need help. As we discuss this bill this afternoon, let's bear in mind the long history of how we dealt with pensions and the fact that Minnesota spends only 1.6% of all state and local government spending on pensions. This metric makes us stand out nationally. Because we have managed our pension obligations so well, our state's credit worthiness is enhanced. Former MMB Commissioner Tom Hansen has said that, quote, the 2010 pension reforms were received with amazement on Wall Street and helped Minnesota's credit history, unquote. In 2010, the legislature cut $6 billion from benefits. The PERA, the Police and Fire Fund, will cut $500 million in benefits with this bill. These are good, sustainable, well thought out measures. We believe the bill will continue to support the pension systems, which affects nearly 450,000 Minnesotans, hard-working Minnesotans who are counting on us. Madam Speaker, I'm ready for amendments.
There are amendments at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Johnson B. moving to amend Senate File 489, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, I bring this amendment forward because I'm concerned with the safety of the public in Minnesota. This bill has what I call a drop-dead date for law enforcement. They have to retire by May 31st of 2014, or their pensions will be dramatically reduced after that date. Those are for the law enforcement officers that are age 50 or above at that time. It really affects ones between 50 and 53 years of age. What concerns me even more is the fact that we only have approximately 10,000 law enforcement officers in the state of Minnesota. And we have close to 1,000 officers and possibly up to as many as 1,800 officers that this bill affects dramatically because of the changes affecting them right now. And we could have between 1,000 and 1,800 officers retiring by May 31st of 2014. At this time, the Post Board, which regulates the education and the licensing of police officers in the state of Minnesota, they do a great job with the education. They have our education system is set up to replace between 400 and 500 officers a year, not 1,800. At this time, there's approximately 1,200 license eligible people in the state of Minnesota to fill those jobs. The issue is Post Board is set up so there's 3 people for every opening till we get the best of the best. Minnesota is one of the few states that every other state in this country come here to recruit the people in our law enforcement education system. That's how good a system we have, and that's the quality of law enforcement officers we have in this state. The biggest problem is we don't have enough people to fill the spots that we might lose because of this bill. It could take 3 to 5 years to fill the positions. Our communities cannot afford to have that many officers leave. If we have what possibility of 1,800 people retiring in one day, that's the Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis Police Department, and St. Paul Police Department all retiring on the same day and having the rest of the state have to fill in for them, which is not going to be possible. If we lose 20% of our officers, between 15 and 20%, it's going to be a serious public safety issue. I was going to offer this amendment as a catch-all gap, which would have basically been if that officer is 47 years of age on July 1st, 2014, he would have stayed on the current plan that we have just to protect the safety of the people of Minnesota, because I believe it's that serious of a problem. But I'm going to withdraw this amendment because I've dropped a bill and I want to really have a good conversation with the Pension Commission about this because it's that serious. So members, please think about this bill and think about the consequences and the unintended consequences that could have to the safety of the people of Minnesota. We have to look hard, and we have to look at the unintended consequences that can happen. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I do withdraw the amendment.
Representative Johnson withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Benson M. moving to amend Senate File 489, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 5A.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, thank you, Representative Murphy, or Chair Murphy, for some of the stats that you gave us a little bit earlier in trying to describe where we're at nationally with our pensions. And members, draw your attention to the fact that across this nation, states and municipalities are completely rethinking their pension plans. From San Diego and San Jose, California to Puerto Rico, they're looking at the commitments that were made and now unable to make or complete. Whereas nationally, if it's at 5 or 6% that a state's on, and we're at 1.6% in terms of pensions, that's not a bad thing, Representative Murphy. That's probably a good thing. Now, you look at Illinois, for example, and they have a $167 billion unfunded liability, with no hope in what they're trying to do now in order to make that up. I guess what I would remind you folks that there's a lot of numbers that will float around today, but in actuality these are people. People that have worked hard and depend upon these checks and annuities when they retire. And unless we show some real leadership at some point and decide to make some real reform, we are playing with their future. Many of us here, in fact, are not too far away from praying for that monthly check that will show up in an amount that will meet our expectations and what's needed to live. And if we don't make the right choices in this chamber, if not this year and in future years, there will be many that will wonder if whether or not what we did was truly wise or not. This amendment, and there's will be a lot more hopefully on third reading that I can get to, but this amendment simply was a beginning to address that. In most of the cases that I mentioned in terms of Puerto Rico and California, you can look them up yourself in terms of Utah. Many or most of these have either went to a complete defined contribution retirement system or a hybrid. In fact, 30 years ago, the federal government realized that with the changing demographics, that they were no longer going to be able to use a defined benefit plan as the way that most of federal retirees are going to be paid in the future, and that they were going to have to go to a hybrid system. What this amendment does, members, is to simply add a third tier, an option to the judge's plan, to allow them to exercise the ability to go to a defined contribution plan, and also add enough money from the employer, the state government, to ensure, in fact, that the rest of the plans, the other two tiers, are not hurt by it. It's just a beginning discussion, members. It did not compel them to do it. It was simply an option. We need to have these discussions in full disclosure. As I'll get to the third reading, members, there is just so much work that needs to be done in the area of pensions that we're just scratching the surface. We didn't come close. We put small band-aids on huge cuts that's going to cost the state millions and billions of dollars in the future if we don't get it right. And this is only a beginning discussion. So members, I'm going to withdraw this. But I want you to make sure that as we proceed through this, that you get engaged. I know you are involved in many other committees, and this is one of those committees I think that for most of you think, well, that's boring stuff. But in fact, millions of Minnesotans are going to count on this stuff. And this is one thing that we have got to get right.
Representative Benson withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Driscoll moving to amend Senate File 489, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A6.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the amendment that I'm putting forward today, the A6, is an amendment that will help the members of the Pension Commission to do its work. We did identify relatively quickly, as you've heard today and as we've seen over the years, that we have a major issue ahead of us as far as being able to fund pensions for hardworking employees, not only here in the state of Minnesota, but at our county and city and school district levels and city levels, and in some cases quasi-nonprofits that are eligible for state pensions as well. What this amendment simply does is asks the Legislative Commission on Pensions and Retirement to pull together some information in a study that will be helpful for the members on the Pension Commission to be able to better identify what kinds of benefits what we're paying out, what are some of our other obligations, so that we can have more information as we look for solutions to the $16 billion plus shortfall that we're seeing in pensions. And I'd ask for a yes vote.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Murphy.
Madam Speaker, Representative O'Driscoll, when I check with the pension director and when I checked with the director of the various plans, they tell me that the information is available on the plan websites and on the LCPR website. They have the information that is available. I think, Representative O'Driscoll, that this is very similar to the request that we had that was in MMB last year. Will Representative Driscoll yield, Madam Speaker?
He will. Representative Murphy.
Representative Driscoll, is this the same or similar to the Banyan proposal that said that MMB should show on their website this information?
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Murphy, thank you for the question. I can't speak to what Representative Banyan offered last year. I just know the amendment that I have in front of me today, that asking for that information to help us as part of the Pension Commission to be able to quantify some of the things that we may need to make some decisions on a go-forward basis. Again, members, I encourage a yes vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, we have seen this amendment several times, I think, and consistently MMB says that they do not want to have it on their website. When they have it on their website, it will encourage people to call them, and the best information is not at MMB, but with the Pension Commission staff, and also with the staff of the various funds, and with the pension funds themselves. And so they really want people going to those primary sources rather than coming to MMB. So I certainly, with the advice of legislators and of MMB, I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Discussion to the O'Driscoll amendment. Representative Murphy.
Madam Speaker, I think Representative O'Driscoll is on the Pension Commission, and at this time I would ask for a roll call, and I would suggest that I am going to vote no. And Representative O'Driscoll, as a member of the Pension Commission, I'm willing to talk with you about this in days to come.
Representative Murphy requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Runbeck moving to amend Senate File 489, the unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 810.
The member from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The 810 amendment addresses, again, the issue of reporting and getting information into the public square about the adequacy of our pension funds. We heard last week that MMB does not have the capacity or the capability or the access to this kind of information, and so within their department, that is. And so what this amendment would do would say that they have the opportunity, the authority to hire an independent actuarial panel to provide them that information and to look it over and tell us really the truth about the adequacy of the funding. But before we get into more of that, I wonder if Representative Murphy would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Runbeck.
Thank you. Representative Murphy, on the matter of the assumed rate of return, what in your view, what is the assumed rate of return of the pension funds, and do you consider that to be an accurate number?
Representative Murphy.
Madam Speaker, Representative Runbeck, that was a discussion that we dealt with at every commission meeting last year and maybe part of the year before. And we went from 8.5 to 8. And at the end of 5 years, or in the 5th year, we are pledged again by legislation, we will again gather all the information for setting the rate again at whether it's 8.5 or 7.5 or 6, whatever the results of the 5-year period is and what's happening with our investment returns. And so we are visiting it within the 5 years again.
Representative Runbeck.
Representative Murphy, and certainly that is the number that is in our statute books. We have that number in our law books, 8% being the assumed rate of return. Certainly there's a lot of debate about that, and I wonder what is the conversation on the pension commission as to the more actual rate of return.
Okay.
Representative Murphy.
Representative Khan, or Madam Speaker, I would like to yield to Representative Khan.
Representative Runbeck, would you like to ask Representative Khan to yield?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd welcome an answer from Representative Khan. Thank you.
She will yield. Representative Khan.
Okay, well, Madam Speaker and Representative Runbeck, we've had an actuary hired by the Pension Commission since 1984, I believe. We have the assumed rate of return was 8.5% for some time. Coming out of a depression for the last 10 years, we were obviously going to have problems with that. So we lowered it to 8%, as Representative Murphy said, for the next 5 years. So far this year following, it's been over 10% as we recover from that. So we're very comfortable with what our assumptions are doing and with how our plans are performing.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for that information. You're aware, obviously, as many are, that Moody's just 2 weeks ago, Moody's Investor Services, has said that they are going to be restating many states' numbers because they don't think that they are really factual and reliable. So I think that's worth mentioning and worthy of note. Just one more comment, members. We've all perhaps heard from a group, a coalition of retirees, public employee retirees, who do have concerns about some of the measures, some of the factors that have gone into the program, and they prefer, or they say that not enough has been done to bring the current funds into actuarial balance. And I think that that's something that they recommend, for example, a 14% contribution by the employee, and I think your bill has in it a 10.2% increase in contributions. They talk about an 80% cap on retirement annuity, whereas your bill has a 99% cap on annuity. So I believe there's more that needs to be done. I think this is a subject of importance, and hopefully we will get to that work very soon. At this point, Madam Speaker, I will be withdrawing the amendment.
Representative Runbeck withdraws her amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 489.
Third reading. Discussion. The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, this is one of those bills that I think there was an attempt to try to put a Band-Aid on something. Certainly, we're in desperate shape. Looking at our own $16.7 billion unfunded liability going into the future, this only begins to address only a small part of that in my mind, although the actuaries would probably say, well, you look at the plan we put together, it'll be fully funded in 25 years. I don't think that takes into account many of the issues that got us to where we're at today. I think that if you look back, they probably thought that was the case 10 years ago. I've heard it said on the floor a couple of occasions today and a few days ago about the fact that we're in this shape because the economy and the investment market is in such terrible shape since the Great Recession in 2008 and 2009. In fact, if you really dig into the numbers, members, this problem started back in the 90s. And I think it was Representative Kahn that probably said it the best a few days ago when she basically reminded us that we don't want our pensions funded to almost 100% because we can't restrain ourselves. We can't restrain ourselves because when we get to 100%, the same people that are here back this year reminding us of our obligation and what we need to do to fully fund the pension plans, they were here 13, 14 years ago saying, hey, we want a bigger piece of the pie. These plans are funded to 110 to 115%. So we deserve an increase. And they got it. Anywhere from 5 to 12% increases in retirement. If you don't know what that does in retirement terms, it increases the base on what the annuity is, and it increases the obligation and thus the liability. So members, we're not done by any stretch of the imagination. This is only going to make or exacerbate the problem that we already have. And that problem is in the minds of so many of the people that have to pay for this, including the employees, is there's a great disparity between public and private. And that great disparity is beginning to show up as states and municipalities struggle with how they keep their commitments. Certainly, we have a commitment to these people who are in retirement. But now we have this huge obligation that the only way that we can find our way out of is to increase taxes. And we increase taxes, it falls heavily upon the people who they get no benefit from this. And now there's a revolt. Across our country there is a revolt in this area. At some point in the next few years, we are going to have to really wrestle with this issue and make tough decisions that protects those who are already retired and those who, when we make a promise, when they're employed with the state of Minnesota or a municipality within this state, that we can keep it. Embedded in within this bill are provisions that will add $7 million a year to the St. Paul Teachers Retirement Fund. $7 million more. We already pay $2.8 million. If If you want to know what kind of problem they have a 62% funding ratio. The St. Paul Teachers Fund made about $42 million in contributions to their fund last year, but they paid out $100 million. You do the math. You take in $40 million and you pay out $100 million. Duluth teachers' retirement, $6 million a year bailout. And I want to remind you that the original proposal they came with was about twice that. Because when they originally came to us, they wanted a 2% cost of living increase attached. Well, what I'll remind you, if you want to go back in testimony, I reviewed it all. The same individual who came down to talk about Duluth's in 2010, when we passed new legislation, said they understood the desperate issue or the desperate problem that the Duluth Teachers Fund was in, and they said, we will accept zero cost of living until our fund is up to 80% funded. Well, folks, they're at 63.4, and they're back again to the legislature this year, but now they're saying me too, because they see me too to all the other plans, without naming every one of them that get cost of living, but they're still not trying to look out for their particular fund. They have about 900 active members, and that's going down. They had 1,100 just a few years ago. The demographics in Duluth are as such that they're losing population, they're losing children in their schools, and reducing the number of people on their payroll, and thus the ability to pay into their pension fund. Now, I'm certainly happy that we're looking at a study that will potentially look at the merging of these two plans into the TRA. But the fact is, you need to be aware when that comes out, that's going to be a study that certainly is going to indicate millions of dollars from state funds, state taxpayers, to make that whole. I don't have any doubt the majority is going to pass this bill today, but there are so many holes in this pension bill. It doesn't even begin to address what we really need to do into the future. I mentioned earlier about the fact that the state needs to begin to look at what many other states have begun to look at, private enterprise did 20, 30 years ago, and that is in a defined contribution plan where there would be zero unfunded liability. I'm sure there's not going to be the political will to do that, but certainly there is, I hope, the political will to begin looking at what we need to do to make it more secure, but at least looking at a hybrid solution where there is a component of defined benefit that gives the certainty of a portion of that retirement, but a larger portion is a contribution that allows for flexibility and investment possibilities to the annuitant, with a smaller stake to the taxpayer and the municipality. Remember, there's lots of problems. We're not addressing them. My hope is we've obligated ourselves to do some work. I'm hoping that the Pension Commission continues to meet over the summer. I met with the Pension Commission, and they've told me that they are interested in at least looking at a hybrid. But folks, we've got to move there quickly. We don't have that kind of time. We like to keep putting things off because they're difficult to address. But there are many, many states that are in terrible shape. Money that could be going to a lot of different things and programs that are being obligated because of broken pension systems. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to commend Representative Murphy for the hard work that she's done and the Pension Commission has done on this bill. I guess I see a different picture of it. I also serve on the Pension Commission, and I'm hearing dire warnings and dire consequences coming to us that we're in such terrible shape. But as Representative Murphy said, we're way at the bottom of what we spend percentage-wise of our budget on the pensions. 1.6% of our total spending on our budget goes into our pension, compared to 2.9% nationwide. Our plans, some of these plans have a little hiccup. In 2010, the Pension Commission and the legislature passed legislation that to solve the problems in some of the plans that was caused by the Depression of 2008. These two plans we're talking here weren't in problems at that time. But remember, folks, they can't control how much they put into them, or how much the employers put into them, or how much the employees put into them. We set that. We set the payout rates. Not the plans don't do that themselves. We as the legislature set that. So they can't control that. We also control who's in the plans. We talk about the Duluth teachers. The legislature took the teachers that were in the charter schools and took them out of the Duluth plan, put them into TRA, so there's less people contributing to the plan. We took the people from the MnSCU that was up there, and we put them into the MnSCU plan and took them out of the Duluth plan. So there's less people putting into the plan. That, along with the market returns from 2008, the last few years, has hurt those plans. But remember, in 2010, when we looked at all the plans and we did some solvency work on these other plans, those two plans were doing good. They were close to 100% funded. Representative Benson's got one thing right. The problems started in the 1990s, and again, that's something the legislature did. In the 1990s, when these plans were getting great investment returns, it looked like they were going to be funded forever at 100%. We lowered the contribution rates. And recent studies that have come out and things that have been in the pension bulletins is something we shouldn't have done. That was a mistake we as the legislature made. We let them lower what they were putting into them. One of the things we did in 2008 and 2010 is as part of the pension fixes we did then, was we capped the investment incomes, to cap the investment returns, the COLAs they could get. That was the problem that was in those plans again. Maybe we were a little too generous. Maybe we thought the money was going to always be there because of the 90s, everything was going great. Everyone thought that the sky was never going to fall, and it did. So the Pension Commission has done moderate things, not little fixes here, little fixes there. It may not be huge overhauls, but our funds are not that bad a shape. The sky isn't falling. The slow, the steady is going to win the race here. We do the little fixes we need to do. We tweak them here and there, and these plans will be here like they have been since 1885, one of the original plans. So, members, I urge a green vote. This is a good pension bill, and it's fixing the problems that we have in a slow, steady way.
The member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and I would just like to summarize a few points here. Some of these have been mentioned previously, but I too would like to thank Chair Murphy for her work on this pension bill. And most times, as you'll see today, pension bills are very bipartisan. There will be support from this side of the aisle, Chair Murphy, for your bill. And I think we do need to, some of these numbers do deserve repeating. If you look across the country, California, Rhode Island 6%, Minnesota 1.6%. So some of the dire prediction, the pension system in Minnesota does need work. But I think we have several choices here. We can do nothing and let the trajectory go in the wrong direction, or we can pass this bill and start to work the system the way that it needs to go. I agree with Representative Benson when he said, we are not done. Members, be under no illusion. This bill does not solve all the problems, but in Ways and Means Committee, I asked the question, if we do this, where does this take us? And it takes us to full solvency in a period of years. And yes, there's some things in this bill I really don't like. I don't like taking general fund money and putting it in. But yet we have to get this thing going in the right direction. House File 629 shows a net reduction of costs of $43 million in fiscal year 2015 and permanent reductions of $20 to $23 million a year every year thereafter. So we can do nothing, or we can get the pension system headed in the right direction. This bill also reduces pension costs by well over $500 million in liabilities. That's headed in the right direction. Do I like everything that's in this bill? No, I don't. But if we are down to the choice, which we are now on final passage, of doing something or doing nothing, I'm going to vote to do something. And this is a process. It'll go up to conference committee and we'll see how this thing comes back. But as Representative Benson said, we are not done. But like I said, we can take the approach that just, vote this thing down. I think that hurts our pension system. Because $500 million in future liabilities reduced, that's a green vote for me. And the expenses that are reduced, this is the direction we need to go, members. And so, Chair Murphy, I thank you for your work on this. Like I said, there's some things that I might have done a little bit differently, but then that's the way it goes from time to time. And so, members, I hope you'll vote green on this bill and get it to conference committee.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members for the discussion and debate this afternoon on the pension bill. There isn't anybody in this chamber that doesn't believe that we owe the hardworking public employees here in the state of Minnesota the benefits that have been promised by the state to them for the services that they provide. The problem that we have is that for many of us, as we plan for our own personal retirement, we have some concerns about, am I saving enough? Am I getting enough of a return on my investment? Will I have enough? And what's nice about a defined benefits plan is there's a guarantee and a safety net for that. But what's happened is we've shifted that burden from individuals to the state of Minnesota. The Pension Commission needs to and will have to look in the future how we're going to provide benefits and how we're going to revise the system. For those who are listening, I don't want people walking out saying, it sounds like the legislature, Republicans, or even worse, Representative O'Driscoll wants to pull the rug out from underneath those folks who are drawing pensions. That's not what I'm saying. Or those who are about ready to retire. That's not what I'm saying. Those who are 5, 10 years away from retiring. That's not what I'm saying. I'm simply saying this. We can't continue to have the financial bleed before we can do the surgery. We have to stop the bleeding. It's a $16 billion, with a B, obligation that the state of Minnesota has. We're living longer, we're living healthier. That's a wonderful thing. A lot more folks are going to be able to see their children and their grandchildren and perhaps their great-grandchildren. What a wonderful opportunity. But those are folks who, when these pension plans were first put in place, the actuarial tables showed that they weren't probably going to live that long. The system needs to be refreshed, and the Pension Commission will work to make that happen, bringing about the most positive change, the most plausible change, and taking care of the hardworking public employees here in the state of Minnesota. Unfortunately, members, the way that the bill is written right now, it doesn't move us in that direction. It gets another fix without, a patch without a fix. What we're trying to do is to stop the bleeding, but we're using the wrong tools to make that happen. Members, we have folks who are in this chamber who have served at the local level, the state level, and are drawing pensions. They're both Democrats and Republicans. They get it. They all get it. But this bill right now is a temporary fix. In 2010, we had a fix that was going to be moving us in that direction. We increased the contributions from employees and employers. Here we are again in 2013, increasing contributions from employees to employers. We have to find a better way. We have to find a better system. Unfortunately today, members, I don't think this meets the standard of what the residents of the state of Minnesota need for the long term. I wish I could vote yes, but I have to vote no today. And I would encourage others to send this back to the Pension Commission and say, roll up your sleeves. find a solution, because every day another pint of blood pumps out of the body called the state pension plan.
The member from St. Louis, the author of the bill, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Pension Commission, Representative Kahn, Representative O'Driscoll, Representative Benson, Representative Morgan, Representative Lesh, Representative Nelson. We have worked hard to present this bill. We've had good discussions, and we will continue to do so. We have a list, a growing list of items for interim study and discussion. I have additions to give to Senator Pappas, the chair of the commission. This discussion today is helpful, very helpful. As I said in my opening remarks, it doesn't meet all the needs, but it does address basic housekeeping things, solvency, and stability. It moves us forward, and I ask for a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 75 ayes and 53 nays, the bill passed as amended and its title agreed to. Was it not amended? The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1117. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 1117, the Second Engrossment and Act relating to human services.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Huntley.
Members and Madam Speaker, this is a bill that relates to regulating facilities that distribute the drug methadone. I have an amendment, and I would like to thank the entire body for the last time I had a bill about a week ago, I had one amendment of my own, and so I'm very consistent. But the rest of the body, I think, had about 110 amendments and amendments to the amendment. So I want to thank you for what you're doing today. If I could start with my amendment, this is to get the bill nearly identical to what's in the Senate, and it contains two parts. One part of this bill does not relate, or this amendment, excuse me. So, Madam Chair, could I move the A4 amendment?
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Huntley moving to amend House File 1117, the Second Engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A4.
Representative Huntley.
Madam Speaker and members, what the A4 amendment does is, as I said, try to get the bill nearly identical to what's in the Senate. The Senate added a portion to their bill that does not relate to methadone, but relates to a number of compounds that are related to marijuana, or they're called synthetic cannabinoids. And people keep inventing these things. They keep coming up with new ones. And so what this bill does is take a bunch of the new ones and put them on the list of Schedule I drugs. I mean, these are the drugs that are very highly regulated. So I don't think there's any controversy with that. The second part of this bill is from the amendment is from the Department of Human Services, and it makes clear that only the Department of Human Services people in the Inspector General's office will have access to the what's called the pharmaceutical monitoring program. And most of you wouldn't know what that is, but right now for these System 1 drugs that are can be abused very easily, we have a system where the doctors and the pharmacists can report who's getting these drugs. They're stored in this government-run monitoring program, and the idea of that is to find out people that are going from one doctor to another to another to another to get these kind of System 1 drugs, so that we can stop them from doing that. So the second part of the amendment simply makes clear that the Department of Human Services in the Inspector General's office has access to this data, and basically nobody else does. So with that, I would answer any questions on the amendment.
The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I want to commend Representative Huntley for his work on this methadone issue and these other designer drugs. It's a real problem, and he's done a good job. This is a really good bill. I do have a question if he'd yield for a question.
He will yield for a question. Representative Abler.
Well, I'm just curious if you could differentiate pentylindol tetramethylcyclopropyl methanone from fluoropentyl-indol tetramethylcyclopropyl methanone for me.
Representative Huntley.
Madam Speaker and Representative Abler, unfortunately I don't have a blackboard here to draw the structure for you. But there's a whole, and you pronounce those very well, I must say. It's a very long list of things, and it's very complicated, but all of the new ones that are listed are related to marijuana, except for one other one, which is a hallucinogenic drug, and they're all bad.
Representative Abler. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hey, welcome back. Shouldn't have the Red Bull, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, well, I appreciate that, and obviously, just to point out, these are all really bad. These are sold as non-marijuana things, and they put them on potpourri, and they put them in other ways. And Representative Huntley has done a great job. This is a good amendment, and please vote yes on the amendment and yes on the bill, and let's protect these kids. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no other amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1117 as amended.
Third reading. Representative Huntley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I'll describe relatively briefly the rest of the bill. For those who don't know, methadone has been long used to try to get people off of heroin addiction. Methadone is a heroin analog. It is addictive, and if you're taking methadone, you will become addicted to methadone. There are two different views in the medical community that this bill does not address. It's not to get into this discussion. One group of physicians and clinics feel that the only answer to heroin addiction or heroin-like compounds like OxyContin, which is a prescription drug, the only way to treat people that are addicted to those is with total abstinence. And a lot of good providers like Hazelton, that's their approach. There's another group of very good physicians that look at it differently, and they say if you're a heroin or OxyContin addict, you should take methadone. The methadone, you will become addicted to methadone, but the outcomes of that addiction are much, much less than the outcomes of the addiction to OxyContin. This bill does not address that fight. All that this bill does is address what's called the diversion of these drugs. And what happens, we have, I think there's 14 clinics in the state that treat people that are addicted, and they give them methadone in their clinics to keep them off of heroin or OxyContin or some of these other drugs. Yes, most of these clinics do a wonderful job, and they monitor their patients very closely. Unfortunately, there are 4 or 5 clinics in the state that are disasters. We had one in Duluth, which the Commissioner of Human Services has shut down because they had no controls. I will say that if you're going to one of these clinics, you get a liquid form of methadone. If you're going just to a doctor because you're addicted to OxyContin, you would get a pill. In both cases, if there's no control of the individuals that are getting this methadone, often they get more than they need. And particularly at these 4 or 5 clinics that were very, very poorly run. The one in Duluth, people would go in and say, oh, I'm having withdrawal symptoms, so I need a bigger dose. And by the way, they can get a 30-day dose. So they take that out, and in Duluth, they were going out into the parking lot of the clinic and selling it. And then the people they sell it to often don't know what they're doing and OD on it and die. The same thing happens with pills that they're getting from a particular doctor. Often those get sold, and often the people that buy them die. This is a huge problem in the state. It's a particularly worse problem in my part of the state for a variety of reasons. And what this bill does is try to organize the administration of these various clinics. Right now, if I can... Yeah, here it is. Right now, the administration of methadone is regulated by the Board of Pharmacy. It is regulated by the Federal Drug Enforcement Administration. It is regulated by the Federal Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration. And there's very little communication between any of those groups. So what this bill does is try to organize that so that there's a much closer regulation. It improves the standards that these clinics must meet and regulates them much more closely. I don't know the exact number, but this is not just a problem in northeastern Minnesota. On a per capita basis, the Duluth area may have the worst death rate from methadone problems. But if you look at the rest of the state, the numbers are much, much larger. The per capita numbers aren't as bad. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I would urge you to vote green.
Further discussion to the bill? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 128 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 634. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 634 on the calendar for today, the first engrossment, an act relating to commerce.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Omnibus Department of Commerce Weights and Measures bill. I have a technical amendment. It should be the A2 amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Falk moving to amend House File 634, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply deletes Section 17 of the bill. There was portions of this bill that were moving in multiple places. One of them was in a revenue bill, one was in an ag bill, and this was in the commerce bill. Deals with E85, and the department said it was no longer needed in this bill, so the amendment simply deletes Section 17, and I would appreciate your support.
Any discussion to that amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 634 as amended.
Third reading. Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill as amended here, it's almost strictly federal conformity. Most parts deal with updating ASTM standards for motor vehicle fuels, gasoline, ethanol, E85, biodiesel. The policy provisions in this bill, one of the first ones, it states that you have to have identical pricing for product being sold from the same tank. There was supposedly a reported instance of say 89 octane fuel being marketed as 87 and the prices being different for the two even though it was coming out of the same tank. The department worked with the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association to go and put some language together that would maintain the ability to go and offer different types of discounts for cash, self-service, customer loyalty programs, etc. So there is peace in the valley there, as Representative Davids would often say. The other policy provision in the bill, when you have delivered fuel, the delivery tickets actually have to state the percentage of biofuel or ethanol, biodiesel in the case of when we're talking about diesel fuel and ethanol for gasoline, that has been blended into the fuel. So those are the policy provisions. The rest of it's just federal conformity. I'd appreciate your support and would take any questions.
Discussion of the bill. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 118 ayes and 10 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 902. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 902, the first engrossment, an act relating to cosmetology.
Representative Slocum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill about cosmetology continuing education. Cosmetology professionals in Minnesota, unlike other states, have no continuing education requirements. This legislation would require, beginning August 1st, 2014, that all licensed cosmetologists, estheticians, that's skincare professionals, and nail technicians or manicurists that renew their license have completed 3 hours of continuing ed specific to sanitation and health issues in the practice of cosmetology, plus 1 hour cosmetology-related state law and rule review. This does not apply to barbers. This averages to just over 1 hour per year for licensees. This bill focuses on public health issues that need more awareness in the cosmetology industry. After the initial classroom instruction, there's no further education regarding health and sanitation matters that, if ignored, can lead to serious consequences for the general public. Some examples of diseases that may be contracted in salons include fungus, staph, hepatitis, TB, HIV, and bloodborne illnesses. The State Board of Cosmetology supports this bill. There is a letter also from the Minnesota Salon and Spa Professionals Association that should be either at your desk or coming to your desk. And there's also a letter about the state, a state comparison letter. Other states have continuing ed for their cosmetologists. Minnesota doesn't. This would change that. The 3 statewide inspectors have cited hundreds of salons specific to sanitation violations annually. This modest requirement for continuing education on this topic hopefully will raise awareness in the industry, lessen the number of violations, but most importantly, advance consumer protection. New products and tools continue to enter the salon marketplace, and their proper use and care must be adhered to for the safety of the general public as well. This bill is supported by the cosmetologists also in Minnesota. Continuing education credits would be valid for 3 years, which is also the term of a cosmetology license, and may be applied simultaneously to other licenses that are held by individuals as applicable. I stand for questions.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 902.
Third reading. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 79 ayes and 49 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 380. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 380 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to workforce development.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill would add a representation at the table for the Workforce Development Council on behalf of the ABE, which is the Adult Basic Education. ABE provides literacy and basic skills education for low-skilled adults and help them to become self-sufficient and participate effectively as workers in our society. Workforce Development Council is charged with a variety of responsibilities, which include reviewing federal, state, local education, post-secondary, job skills, and training programs. Currently, there is representation from each faction of the Workforce Development Council except for ABE, and I encourage a green vote and stand for questions. Thank you.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 380.
Third reading. Any discussion to the bill? Seeing none. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 125 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rule 121 and 333, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Tuesday, May 7th, 2013. House File numbers 956, 740, Senate File number 521, House File Numbers 542 and 80, Senate File Numbers 748, and House File Numbers 854, 228, and 1000.
If there is no objection, we will revert to messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Atkins motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 459, an act relating to children's health. Atkins moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 459 and that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's my motion. We're pretty close with the Senate, but we got a little tweak that we need to make, so we'd appreciate support for the motion.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails.
This is the Earhart motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce that the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments to Senate File 1270, an act relating to transportation. Earhart moves that the House accede to the request of the Senate and that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 5 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses.
Representative Earhart.
That's my motion, Mr. Speaker, and we do have a ways to go, so we need to go to conference.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith transmitted. Senate File 1234, an act relating to workers' compensation. Signed, Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate files.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1234, an act relating to workers' compensation. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File 1270. Earhart, Hornstein, Mason, Swatsky, and Hamilton.
Motions and resolutions. A copy of the non-controversial motions and resolutions are at the desk and online. If there's no objection, we will take those motions first. Hearing no objection, those motions prevail.
Mahoney moves that House File 1214, now in the General Register, be re-referred to the Committee on Commerce, Consumer Protection, Finance, and Policy.
Representative Mahoney.
Mr. Speaker, that is my motion. This is the scrap metal bill, and there has been, we're close to an agreement. We want to get it back to Commerce so we can give it a full hearing in Commerce, bring it back to the floor once we get agreement.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. Just a little bit about the week ahead. I hope you all have a great weekend after another week of good work for Minnesota. Next week we'll be on the floor on Monday at noon. I would expect the rest of the week will start at 10, often breaking for caucus once we convene, and we may be working on Saturday depending on the work of the week. Representative Zellers, I know how much you like that. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 12 noon, Monday, May 6, 2013.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourn today, it adjourn until 12 noon, Monday, May 6, 2013. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Majority Leader yield for a question?
She will.
Madam Majority Leader, if you could give us an indication of when we might see conference committee reports coming back for consideration on the House floor. Other big bills that you see that might be up next week, maybe child care unionization. If you can give us an indication if you know of any of those bills that might be coming before us, we'd appreciate that too.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Dowd, thanks for such a very nice question. I know that the conference committees are doing their work, and I anticipate some will be doing their work over the weekend, and so I would think by the end of next week we're going to start to see those bills coming back, those reports coming back to the floor, knock on wood. I don't want to jinx anything. And as to the rest of your question, I think we will see as we calendar things in rules together, the work that's coming to the floor from that committee when we think about things like child care unionization.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Murphy, and I appreciate that, and have a nice weekend.
Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves that the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 12 noon, Monday, May 6, 2013.